opportunities. Economically, he's saying to you, there must be economic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the times will not always be favorable. There will be undulations in the economy. I will know my true leader if he has equipped me to bounce back even when I suffer losses. The leader who gives me the ability to bounce back in pain, the one who gives me the ability to bounce back in losses, is the one I call a credible leader. Maybe on the fifth part, and the final one, environmental. We're talking safety here. The leader who helps me to identify and put to work sustainability practices is the one I want to follow. The leader who helps me to ensure a quality work environment, one that acknowledges everyone, whether they are people with abilities or people with disabilities, is the one I want to follow. Not the one that discounts the people with disabilities, not the one that does not give opportunities to people who are not there yet. I want a leader who is environmentally aware. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will look at these 5 areas, they will show you where the leader needs to shape experiences. But how do they do that? And I'm going to close on this. Number 1, if you will shape the people's experiences across these 5 areas, set and articulate a vision. See, of what essence is speed when you're facing the wrong direction? Of what essence is speed when you're facing the wrong direction? Leaders chart the course. John Maxwell in the Law of Leadership says law of navigation. Anyone can steer the ship. It takes the leader to chart the course. Leaders chart the course. And so you are not my leader if I have to be the one to tell you what we need to do. You are my leader if we have to lean on you to know where we are going. Leaders chart the course. They set and articulate the vision. And that's how you shape people's experiences. Number 2, leaders design a structure. They design a structure to nurture the picture of the future. Every leader that shapes the experiences of people is one that has painted the picture of the future. But he must now nurture that picture of the future on a solid structure to enable people feature in that future. That's what he does. Vision precedes structure, but it's structure that maximizes resources. And that's why the number 3 thing that you need to do as a leader, as you prepare to shape a people's experiences, is to identify and deploy resources. It's not enough to identify what we need. You must develop it and deploy it. When you don't use what you have, you lose what you should have. When you don't use what you have, you lose what you should get. And that's a demand I'm putting before leaders today, and there won't be leaders to say, don't just have a vision, design a structure, and do resources. The 4th thing is this: deliver results. One of my mentors said to me, he said, Muyiwa, it is only result that terminates insult. It is only a result that terminates insult. When you are not an excusiologist, why give excuses? You are not suffering from excusitis. Why give excuses? Many of us have driven ourselves to the bottom by using alibis. There is no fuel, that's why I did not come early. There is no this, that's why I did not do this. There is no that, that's why. Come on, man. It is only a result that enables you to terminate insult. When people rubbish you, check out the guy that is producing results. Are they rubbishing him? The way people deliver results and shape experiences is by producing results. Leaders, no excuses is enough. We know everybody is under pressure, and so there's no money. That's why we need you for such a time as this, where there is no money. Why did you opt to be our leader in economic recession? It's because you believe that you could take us out of it. So when you are not taking us out of it, Oga, Kojo, KJRR, Kojo Rara. Number 5, how do you, as a leader, shape the experiences of people? I dare to say that you must equip the people with a philosophy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have the right mindset, no matter the things that you have at your disposal, you will take a wrong decision. 100 level, I was invited to see Dr. David Oyedepo as a student leader. I was not that student leader like Engineer Badmus, so But today we are leading together, right? So, Engineer Badmus, I recognize your approach to leadership, but mine was different. So, Dr. Ideko called me and then they said, as the student leader, please can you address the board? And I stood up, I said, well, we are pioneer students of this university. I'm a pioneer student leader. This assignment you've given me is going to be very tedious, difficult. And the man said, shut up! Shut up! Never use the word tedious. It impedes creativity. Now, restart. I let her to think on my feet. He said, restart. After you have ruffled me by saying, shut up. Don't use the word tedious. It impedes creativity. Now, restart your statement. I said, sir, thank you for giving us the privilege to lead. The land may be tough, but we are going to go through the rough and ensure that God's Spirit is going to be enough for us to deliver the assignment. He clapped. That was my first encounter with him. Little to say that he saw me doing well. That was why he gave me privilege to now become registrar of that same university where I was a student leader. Philosophy. How are you thinking? Let me close with a quote. Many quotes have come out today, and amazing one at that. I like this quote by a man called Walter J. Lippmann. Walter J. Lippmann says the final test of a leader is that he leaves behind him in other men the conviction and the capacity and the will to carry on. The conviction and the will to carry on. That is the final test of a leader. As I conclude this morning or this afternoon, there are 4 things I want you to take out from here as a test of leadership effectiveness. Number 1, every leader must leave a legacy of empowerment. Equip people to be the extension of your head, your heart, and your hands. You must equip people to be the extension of your head, your heart, and your hands. People will go to the places where you can never go. If you don't equip them, then you cannot lead beyond yourself. Number 2, resilience and continuity. Leaders must continue to help people to see challenges as opportunities, to be creative and innovative. Challenges are ingredients to birth the champion in you. Without problems, your potentials are not fanned to flame to build possibilities that we all desire. Number 3, I think that leaders' effectiveness is tested by the ability to inspire total commitment. Let me share this story with you. Very quick one. A farmer had 2 animals he was keeping, a chicken and a pig. Please listen. A chicken and a pig. And at the time, this farmer took very ill and was about to die. And then the chicken came and the pig came, and they said to each other, this man has been kind to us. Let's do something for him now that he's ill. And they both agreed. Shared goal. Shared goal. Now it was time to say, what do we do for him? The pig said, chicken, go ahead. Chicken said, pig, go ahead. He said, no, go ahead. You know the way we do these things. Oga starts. I say, you start. Oga start, that you start. Say, I defer to you. So the chicken went, can we make him bacon and eggs? The pig said, the bacon and eggs. That is all of me and a part of you. Meaning, we can't make bacon without killing the pig. But egg, and the chicken said, Abba, you asked me to say my own. Oh yeah, now you say your own. And the pig said, I think that our farmer has been very good. Can we make him chicken soup? The chicken said, that is all of me and none of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not enough to have shared goal. Many of us always talk about the 7S. Shared goal is one really critical thing for all of us. We can have shared goals and not have mutual commitment. It is the commitment that allows our shared goals to become our reality. So leaders, don't just share the goal and don't just get everybody enlisted on the goal. Get them to be committed. If all hands are not on the plow, we will always go back to where we used to be. The final thing that quote says to us is unwavering faith. Leaders have got to train people to believe in the power of a vision so they can become resolute in the pursuit of his manifestation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, even though I said I was ending before, you know, when you hear finally, you now hear finally. It's not my fault. I was raised like that. In conclusion, and this is conclusion, okay? Look at the first statement there. Ideas may rule the world, but executors of ideas are the rulers of the world. My brothers and sisters, if you will not execute your ideas, you'll be subservient in this world. It's not having the idea that changes the world. It is executing it. We heard about Soshi. Was it Soshi they talked about today? They talked about Soshi. She's done something that has not been done. Engineer Badmus talked about an UNGA product that's just coming out. See, ideas rule the world, I believe. But executors of ideas are the rulers of the world. If you're going to be the leader that will live beyond borders, execute your ideas. Number 2, build in reserves. Build in reserves. It is always wise to save so you can be safe. We're in the days of scarcity. Those who did not save are not safe. They are jumping from one place to the other. Number 3, in conclusion, 1 is too small to achieve greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't know what you have until you ask those you know. Many of us are not networking properly because we bring our burdens rather than we bring our values. We bring our needs rather than we bring our ideas. That's why people jettison you. They see your text message and for your sake, they have turned off read receipt. You are the one that caused them to turn off read receipt and start putting on disappearing messages. So they can say, only to disappear. You are the reason. Number 4, as I close, acquire knowledge. Only the informed people can truly get other people transformed. Number 5, as you lead beyond borders, you are leading beyond yourself and paying attention to other people. I'm asking you also to think global or act local. The world is your stage, but your word is your stool where you stand. The world is your stage, but the word, your local government, your home, your family is your stool. And finally, number 6, please note this. I know it very well. No one can make you inferior without your consent. Nurture your worth. You are not just a VIP. A very important personality, a good status. Comedians have messed it up. They now have VVIP. They now have another table called VVVIP because they think that VIP is not enough. But nobody can outclass a VAP. I'm beyond the VIP. VAP. I'm a value-adding personality. Thank you very much. I hope this was a good one for you. Thank you.
Is that the best you can do for Dr. Oludayo? Is that the best you can do for Dr. Oludayo? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that that was a strictly delivered lecture. I was listening to Dr. Oludayo, but I was also observing the audience. And I made some observations. I saw quite a number of people trying to, okay, let me not say what I saw them doing. Let me not say what I saw them doing. But I believe, Dr. Oludayo, sir, Dr. Oludayo, please, sir, just give us a minute. I believe I will be speaking the mind of the vast majority of attendees here. Because you've been a lecturer, and now you are doing this. Does anybody agree with me that we need to ask Dr. Ludayo for his slides? You can see, I saw people trying to take pictures, trying to make videos. So please, sir, can we have your slides? He said it's available. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ludayo. IK will now come and give justice to the lecture.
Samuel, what do you mean by justice? After such a profound lecture, take your time. Once again, please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Ludayo. Thank you. Engineer J, by special request, we're asking that there's a second coming of Dr. Ludayo in the next reboot, right? Do we agree? Correct. I believe we are all booting now, aren't we? Your notes are filling up, and not just your notes. I want to encourage that you fill up your minds. You know, our learning system teaches us to regurgitate. Take in, cram, and spill it out. But I want to ask you to think through some of the things that he has said. And I'm a leadership student. I'm a life learner in the field of leadership. And there's something he said which is profound. You don't get into the game of leadership until you live beyond yourself. Winston Churchill says, a very interesting quote that signifies what he said, right? You don't live life, let me call up that quote so I don't misquote him, you know. I won't say verbatim the way he has said it, okay? We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. And that's living beyond self. Living within the ambit of self is always seeking to get. What can I get? What can I get? But the one who will think outside that border of self is asking, what am I going to give? What am I bringing to the table? How do I better the next person? And trust me, if you are that kind of leader, if you're that kind of father, if you're that kind of mother, if you're that kind of child at home, or that kind of teammate, always thinking of what to contribute, you'll find out that your immediate community is better for it. Do you agree? Let's know, there's a proverb, it says, there's an African proverb that says, don't collect a shirt from a man that is not wearing one. It simply says, you cannot give what you don't have. So you can't lead if you're not a student, if you're not learning to lead, if you're not imbibing some of the profound things we've been hearing all morning, all right? I'm expecting that by the next time we come to Leadership Reboot, such a hall like this will not contain us, correct? It won't contain us. So for me, there's so much here to go away with, but I can't just start reeling them out. But I want you to reflect on that. Are you only living about yourself? Are you all about just yourself? What they did to me, what they did not do for me, what they should do to me, how they did not do it to me. I'm challenging you today to ask the questions differently. What can I offer? What can I add? How can I make things better? I teach my children not to see things and walk past them. The chair is turned the other way, put it right. That's how leadership starts. Don't just wash your cooler or your cup. Wash your brother's own. Always be in the service of others. And Albert Einstein said, only a life lived in the service of others is worth living. Let's imbibe this. You won't understand it until you begin to try. I'm truly hoping that we'll all live here indeed as true leaders that this nation there needs. We'll take a pause now. And we'll take a music break, an economic break. And I would like to welcome someone I know, my friend. His name is Timileyin Fabomi, aka SOS. J. Please give it up for Timmy as he comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are looking so beautiful, so good. I can see the leaders of tomorrow. Please tell your neighbor, say, neighbor, you look good. I can see a leader in you. I believe in you. Do you believe in me? If you don't believe in me, I believe in myself. Thank you very much. All right, so we've been hearing a lot of trainings. I thank you so much, Engineer Jamiu. I thank you so much, QHSES Academy. I thank you so much, people from Ikeja Electric. Ikeja Electric say, yeah. Yes. I thank you so much, everyone, for having me here. Some of our leaders here, thank you so much. Because it's important that we encourage ourselves towards leadership, I decided to select some songs. First, the song is talking about the cry. Understand? The second one is talking about an encouragement, and the last one is a prayer. And I wish and I want that as you listen to this song, you're encouraged, you understand the cry, and we continue forging our way to a better side. Thank you very much. Alright, so while we're waiting for our technical guy to fix it, I want you to look to your neighbor. Say, neighbor. Say, neighbor. If your neighbor is fair, say, neighbor. You are the light of this world. Say, you are the light of this world. If your neighbor is dark, say, neighbor, hold it. If your neighbor is dark, say, neighbor, darkness will not prevail. If your neighbor is tall, say, neighbor, people will look up to you. Say, people will look up to you. If your neighbor is short, say, neighbor, bro, people will not look down on you. If your neighbor is slim, say, neighbor, chop something. Say, chop something. If your neighbor is bulky, say, neighbor, occupy till I come. Please give yourself a round of applause, please. So that was an interlude before the... Some of us know this song. Old pirate, yeah, the robber took her to the merchant sea. Minutes before they took I from the bottomless pit. My hands were made strong by the hands of the Almighty, who will forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing this song of freedom? That's all I ever heard. Yeah. Redemption song. Redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause they can stop the time. How long shall we kill our prophet while you stand aside and look? Ooh, they say it's just a part of it. Oh, to fulfill the book, would you help to sing? Tell your neighbor, this song of freedom, it's all I ever heard. Redemption song. song, the song of freedom. Redemption song, redemption song is all I ever. Redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, cause I'm stuck by the time. How long shall you kill your prophet while we stand aside and look? Just a part of it. Won't you help to sing the song of freedom? It's all you ever have. Free yourself, leaders. Redemption song. Redemption song. Redemption song. It's all we ever have. Redemption song. Redemption song. Free yourself, leaders. All right. So me too, I'm doing my keynote singing. This next one was personally written by me for you, and it is saying you should encourage yourself. Don't give up. I don't know whatever situation I may feel like I can't do this. It's hard to lead. It's hard to be yourself. Just be yourself. I mean, let me say this for sure. I'm an engineer by profession. Another side, I'm an MC. Another side, I'm a music artist. I just want to be myself. I just want to be unique. Like engineer said, the purple cow. I just want to be different. And that's what I'm experiencing. So this song was written from a depth of experience and personal experience. And I hope you're enjoying yourself. To the broken child, broken child, broken child. To the lady who as a child was defied. To the homeless. To the injured soul who lost his faith. Yeah, be encouraged. I know you can make it. I know you can win. Sometimes life can curse. You can make it true. I know you can make it. I know you can win. Sometimes life gets funny. You can make it true. Sometimes life comes and knocks you down. Situations to make you frown. Your eyes on the ground. Sometimes life comes and knocks you down. Situations to make you frown. Your eyes on the ground. Everybody, it's not over. It's not over. No, it's not over. Your eyes on the ground. It's not over. As leaders, it's not over. No, it's not over. Your eyes on the ground. Look at me, really look at me. How the failures turn a champion. We challenges, breaking through hurdles, fixing the puzzles, fixing the puzzles. Look at me, really look at me. How the failure turn a champion. We challenges, breaking the hurdles, fixing the puzzles. Now we're champions. Yeah, the sun does shine forever, but the sun we might as well shine together. And if the rain comes down, we'll be under the umbrella forever. Hold on, anywhere that better words. Yes, it's a blessing and a curse. I know the feeling is better than last month. Sitting in your box, we don't know where the next will come from. What a conundrum. Others spend money in large sums. Boy, I look to the sky, I see my helper. The Lord supply my food and my shelter. So every time I cry, I take a tissue out my eye. Cause don't live this, we feeling bad, I be thinking for my life, boy. I do this for the kids, looking for the next meal. I do this for the people that know how that feels. Anytime they feeling the pain, look to those who overcame. But even though the thunder claps, the song I'm trying to gain. So I'm saying, sometimes life comes and knocks you down. Situations will make you frown. Your eyes on the ground. Sometimes life comes and knocks you down. Situations will make you frown. Your eyes on the ground. It's not over. It's not over. No, it's not over. Keep your eyes on the ground. As leaders, it's not over. It's not over. No, it's not over. Bring it out. It's not over. How do you say it? It's not over. It's not over. Keep your eyes on the crown. As simple like that. Let's go. It's not over. Yeah. It's not over. Yeah. It's not over. Keep your eyes on the crown. Yeah, yeah. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. Keep your eyes on the crown. Bring it down. Thank you. Alright, so this last one, even before we go to the last one, it's good we just speak that. It's not over. Because some people think it's over. You came here for a refiring, for a rebranding. So we need to sing it. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. I keep my eyes on the crown. Can we do it? Let's go. Yeah. Yes, you do it. I keep my eyes on the crown. One more time. Let's go. It's sing it out. Yeah. I keep my eyes on the crown. Come on, give yourself a round of applause. All right, so this last one, if you're on your seat, you're on your own. You need to just be on your feet once you hear the song. This song is a prayer. It says, everything you put your hands to do, knowing that it's not over, go walk. Tell your neighbor, you go walk. Anything where I put my hand do, you go walk. If your neighbor does not answer, you find another neighbor. Some neighbor may not believe. All right, let's have it. And that's how the song is. He says, everything I put my hand to do, it will work. As leaders, we must believe it will work. Our last speaker said, it will work. That is, as a leader, we must believe it. So this story is talking of a man that is going out to do something. So if you know this song, and you're on your seat, I don't understand though. Some people already understand at the car. Hiya! 1, 2. Everything you put your hands go work. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Just be say amen. Everything you put your hands to work, your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Every hustler getting paid. When the hustle go come the pay, your own no go take. If you dey find work, do your own. God self go do your own, and flesh go cover bone. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, every Everything you put your hands in, your name go open doors. Me self go be a boss. I want to know you too. Everything you put your hands, your name go open doors. Me self go be. I want to know you too. Every hustler getting paid. We also go on a day. Your own no go take. If you find work, do your own. God go do your own. And flesh go cover bone. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe me, say amen. If you believe me, say amen. Everything we put our hands go work. Our name go open doors. Me said to be a boss. Everything I put my hands, my name go open doors. Me said to be a boss. They're not singing it. Goodness will locate you. Favor will locate you. Then go open doors. You self go be landlord. You self go be chairman. You self go be keynote speaker. Everything you put your hands, your name go open doors. Me self go be a boss. Everything I put my hands, my name go open doors. Me self go be a boss. Everything I put my hands, my name go open doors. Me self go be a boss. This one is simple. Dangote go be my friend. Dangote go be your friend. Oga Mike go be my friend. Mama go be my friend. You go be my friend. You go be my friend. Oga Ogotre go be my friend. Engineer Tommy go be my friend. Me self go be landlord. You're saying amen for me. Everything you put your hands, your name go open doors. You self go be the boss. Everything you start right now, your name go open doors. You self go be the boss. Everything you do right now go work. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. I'm going somewhere. Mrs. Olubumi go be my friend. Mrs. Fumi go be my friend. Miss Dr. Olale go be my friend. Amen. Mr. Ladisoni go be my friend. Mrs. Bola go be my friend. Akimoraki go be my friend. Amen. You're also the man for me again. Please give us a round of applause, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, everything where you put your hand, you go do it in, you go walk. Amen, Abi. Today has been very, very interesting, very informative, very enlightening, and I promise you it is about to get better. The theme of the 4th edition of the Reboot series is Leadership Beyond Borders. We have started off on a very good note. Our keynote speaker has given us the very basics of what it means to be a leader. Not just what it means to be a leader, what it means to be a leader beyond borders. And then we moved on to take the first lecture, for which we have requested the slides. We requested the slides because the lecture was powerful. We have seen the different levels, the different implications, the different manifestations of an effective leader. And now we're going to speak about something very important. A nation is only as strong as its economy. It doesn't matter how many people there are. It doesn't matter how deep the wealth of experience is. It doesn't even matter how vast the natural resources are. If the economy is not prosperous, the nation cannot be prosperous. And today it's very important that when we speak about leaders, we should also put some spotlight on the economy. It's time to have a conversation about economy and leadership. And there is no other person who fits the role to take us through this journey than a man who has spent decades in the industry. This is a man who I popularly tout. When I want to talk to anybody about him, I say, if you need to follow the money, if you need to follow the money, this is the man to follow. If you listen to Classic FM, you would hear the podcast. It's a podcast, it's a radio show, Follow the Money. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, join me to welcome for this conversation about economic empowerment, the founder and CEO of Nairametrics Limited, and the man who can show you the way to follow the money. Ugo Chukwu, Obi Chukwu. Is that the best you can do? If you know what is about to go down, you will do better. Ugo Chukwu, Obi Chukwu.
Are we sitting? Okay.
Well, I think we should sit.
This is how they used to kidnap people.
Well, I don't know about that too.
You will start creating, where who I'm not is what you're putting out there. They think I have plenty money. You're saying follow the money. I don't have money,
Well, he has put a disclaimer there. So, anyways, I will still say if you want to follow the money, follow him.
Don't follow me. I don't have money.
In our parlance, they say follow who know waiting, who know road. So the first thing we're going to do is, if you look at his name, Ugo Chukwu, Obi Chukwu, I don't know about any other person. It's a mouthful for me. So I just want us to start off on this note.
Yeah.
Is it fine if we just stick with Ugo Dre?
Yeah, sure. I don't know where you got that lengthy name from, but it's okay.
That's the name we would see everywhere.
It's jamming, you don't mind him.
Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me do the introduction again. The founder and CEO of Nairametrics, and the man who knows the path to the money, Ugo Dre. Clap now. Haba. Please tell us a little about yourself, apart from the fact that you don't have the money.
Yeah, that's a very important part. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Independence Day. How old are we now? 65?
64.
64 years. I hope that, a very amazing year so far, as much as is Nigeria's independence.
Is that sarcasm?
Your bank accounts, are you happy with your bank accounts? You're not happy with your bank statement. Anyway,
It is what it is.
It's what it is. Okay, my name is Ugotre Obichukwu. I'm the founder of Nairametrics. I earn a living essentially covering the Nigerian economy, Nigerian businesses, and then I also do a lot of personal finance and vastly committed with financial literacy as well. So one of the interesting things about the job we do is we hear a lot from the people that essentially, shape how this economy would look, decision makers from the private sector. We also hear a lot from the public sector as well, individuals in the public sector who also make decisions such as fiscal policy, and of course, on the larger macroeconomic. So I cover that every day, and to a large extent, we have a way of knowing, the trajectory of the economy over the next few months. We can predict. Sometimes we are wrong, but most times we're usually correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, what he's just trying to say is, the way we have in the faith, we have our prophets, we have our seers. So when it comes to economic matters, these are the prophets. They predict the future. And like he has said, they could be right, they could be wrong, but many of the times, they are what? They are right. So when somebody like that is asking you, are you happy with your bank accounts? Are you happy with your bank statements? You should know that he has seen into the what? Into the what? Into the future. So you want to learn as much as you can from him, so that in the future, you will be what? You will be happy with your bank account and your bank statements. We're talking about the economic empowerment.
Yeah.
And when our keynote speaker was giving her lecture, she said something very succinct. She said, in the future, we are approaching. Remember, I said something about the future. In the future we are approaching, leaders would be those who can empower others. If you cannot empower, if you are not empowered, you can't empower others.
Yeah.
And empowerment is the state of being empowered. The power, the right or authority. Everyone who has come here today should leave at some point better than they came. Let's start with the Nigerian economy. How would you summarize the state? He's already smiling. The state of the Nigerian economy.
So I would say that we're currently, I think there was something the doctor said earlier that resonated with me. He said you can be moving very fast, but in the wrong direction. So I think we're moving very slow, but in the right direction. Yeah, as an economy.
As an economist.
No, in the economy, as in the economy in general. Unfortunately, it is painstakingly slow. And the fact that we're moving slowly in the right direction doesn't also mean you're not going to hit some bumps down the road. And when you hit bumps down the road, some people get thrown off the road. It could be the passengers. Sometimes it could even be that you need to even change the driver because perhaps the driver is not moving at the right steady motion. So my summary of where we are in the economy is that I think that we're in the right direction. I know a lot of people doubt it, but I think we're in the right direction. It's just that we're moving rather slowly And a lot of the pain that we're experiencing as Nigerians, we don't think that our leaders are also feeling this pain. Because I think it's one thing for Nigerians to sacrificing so much over the years, and then you now have leaders not experiencing the same type of sacrifice. You have leaders that are probably more interested in spending huge for where they live, or buying private jets, or investing in expensive cars. But you have Nigerians that are taking the pain. So I think that's just where we are in terms of the state of the economy. But wherever you're in an economy that is in this fluid motion, where we're trying to discover ourselves, there is one secret. And the secret is that new millionaires, new billionaires are often born in an economy that is in a state of crisis. So it's all up to everyone here, whether you want to be that millionaire or that billionaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has described the current state of the Nigerian economy, but he has also said new billionaires are often born at such times as this. That's very key. Another key thing he said when he was responding to that question was that on such this, there are challenges, there are bumps, using his analogy. And when there are such bumps, there are a number of things you can do. Fix the road, change the driver, or find new passengers who can make the journey smoother. Given the state of the current economy, what would you advise? Spend or save? I'm asking this question because I remember there was something you dropped earlier.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, I think he's piggybacking on a tweet. I don't know who anybody here follows me on Twitter? All right, good. So he's piggybacking on one of my tweets that I put out earlier in the year. And I'm very sure a lot of the people who took that advice, in fact, I've met a lot of people who have reached out to me and said, thank you for that advice, because it's basically been the difference between their business surviving and their business dying. And so that tweet was just very simple. It was spend now, save later. I want everybody to repeat that. Spend now, save later. Good. So to your question, when you're in an economy where the inflation rate is skyrocketing, in an economy where prices of goods and services are volatile, unpredictable, today you go and price plantain, they tell you a bunch is 3,000. Tomorrow you go back, they tell you it's 5,000. Next week you go, they tell you it's 7,000. That means you're in an environment where prices are very volatile. Prices don't remain stagnant. When you're in that environment, what you need to ask yourself is, what is the rate of growth of prices, expenses? And then compare that to the rate of growth or the interest rate you will get for saving your money. It's very simple analogy. If, for example, the rate of growth of prices is like 5%, 10% every month, things are going up every month. If you save that money, is your return going to be higher than the cost of the growth cost of goods and services? I guess the answer is no. And so that is why in this economy where prices are very volatile, if you have expenses that you need to make, don't wait till tomorrow. That is if you have the money. If you don't have the money, you can wait. Work harder. But if you have the money, you better spend now than save later. So think about it. If you wanted to buy a car in January, how much was the exchange rate in January for a car that was, say, worth $10,000? A car that was worth $10,000 in January was probably about 11 million naira as of January. That same car, if you want to buy it today, they will tell you how much. 16, 17 million. So within a period of 9 months, because you've decided to wait, make I just wait, go better.
If it go better.
That go better has turned to an extra 8 million naira cost. So again, the trick is this: when you find yourself in an economy where prices are always going up, you gotta always spend quickly, especially on essential items. And like I told some people last week in my podcast, when they increased fuel price just 2 weeks ago, a lot of people were waiting. What were you waiting for? If you have the money, you go and stock up your house. If there's food items you need to buy, you better buy it now. If you need to start to plan for Christmas, it's not in October, in November.
Yeah.
It's now, because prices are going to go up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every single thing that you typically buy will go up when we get to, as we get close to the holiday period. So I think it's important that you spend now. And then people should also take advantage of what you gain. So having essentially is for things that you know you need to do in future, and you have the money now. You don't need to wait till then. So for example, if you know that you have a child, or you are going to travel, a child that needs to travel for school in February or in March next year, or you're planning to go on holiday next year with your family, you cannot wait till next year to do it. You have to start now to take advantage of offers that can save you money so that you don't have to wait till then. So that is why it's important that you spend now.
Okay, so I have a vacation I want to go on in February, March next year.
Yeah.
I have the money that could cater to that.
Pay for it now. Don't wait till then.
Well, this is just by the side. Do you think the person providing the service, knowing that you don't need the service now, you are booking for February, would they be comfortable? Would it be profitable for them to allow you spend now?
So here's what's interesting. There's something in the US or most European countries called dynamic pricing. And Nigerians just started experiencing it a little over a year ago. So let me explain what dynamic pricing is for a lot of people who, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with it, but you just don't know that's what it's called. When you try to book a boat or an Uber around 5 p.m. in the evening, what tends to happen?
A surge.
A surge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, a surge happens because there are too many people booking for the same service at that time. So what tends to happen is that prices do what? It goes up. So organizations who provide services understand dynamic pricing, which we tend to call surge here. However, they value upfront payments, because upfront payment guarantees them that they've already booked the revenue. Okay? So to compensate you for guaranteeing them a revenue, they will typically give you a lower price. So that is why if you want to book a hotel in December or in January and you try to pay for it now, you will get it at a much cheaper rate compared to when you want to book the hotel in December.
Is anybody taking notes? Very, 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 very interesting. How many, I need to ask this question. Please don't be shy. Don't be shy. If you've ever used a loan application, could you wave to the Lord? If you have ever used a loan application, you are waiting for him to raise his hand. A lot of people have heard that the CBN raised the monetary policy rate. I know it's all over the news. People are commending the CBN for raising the rate, and I'm sure everybody here has at one point or the other seen that news. But I don't think we know the implications of the monetary policy rate on our lives as individual Nigerians. We think it's just for businesses and organizations. So please, could you tell us what implications the monetary policy rate has on the average Nigerian, that it now stands at 27.25%?
Okay, this is a very important question, because a lot of Nigerians have come to find out don't pay attention to these things. So let's even start by explaining what monetary policy rate is. So every once in at least 2 months, the central bank and its committee of governors and experts, they have a meeting in Abuja. And in that meeting, they discuss very important things that affect every single one of us in the economy. They review what must have happened in the past, and then they also review some of the policies that they've taken and how well those policies are performing. But one of the most important things they also do is to vote. They vote on the direction of interest rates. So they say, we as a committee, we have decided, or we voted unanimously or based on popular vote, we have decided to increase interest rates or reduce interest rates.
Has it ever been reduced?
Yes. Sometimes they reduce. So just recently, they voted to increase interest rates again by 0.5%. So today, the interest rate, according to the central bank, which is the rate that the central bank uses to lend money to banks, is 27.5%. If you divide that by 12, what does it come to? It comes to around 2.5% or so,
thereabout.
Right? Or thereabout. So it means that on a minimum level, there is no bank that will lend money to you less than 27.5%, except you are Dangote or Dedola or Elimelu or some of these very rich men who have big businesses, or except you are the government who is giving out concessional loans. So all banks will usually lend to you even as high as 40% per annum. And then if you're the type who uses the loan app, like you mentioned, maybe you once in a while you go to all these your apps to borrow loans, you would likely see that they would have increased your interest. So I'm very sure most of those loan apps, they lend at 5% per month, minimum and above. So the message is clear. The message the central bank is trying to give every one of us is there is too much money in circulation, which seems ironic because people are saying there is no
Money.
but the central bank data indicate there's too much money. So the central bank is saying, we don't want you to borrow. So essentially, this is not an economy where you borrow. But then, there is also another reason why the central bank is doing this. The central bank is doing this because inflation rate is currently at 33 point something percent, so it's really high. And more importantly, the central bank also realized that anytime interest rate is lower than inflation, you know what we all do? We all take our naira and buy what? Dollars. And when we all take our naira to buy dollars, what happens to the naira? It gets weaker.
Devalued.
Yes. And so for that reason, they prefer to keep interest rates high so that you don't need to convert your money to dollars. And then when you keep that money in a bank, they would pay you higher interest rate. And so for a lot of people who don't know, if you buy treasury bills today, treasury bills is at zero risk. You will get at least for 1 year 20% interest rate. So if you put 10 million naira, you tell your bank, please take this 10 million naira, put it in a treasury bills. Upfront, that day, they will pay you 2 million naira. And then at the end of the month, end of the year, they pay you back 10 million naira. So essentially, the message is twofold. This is not the time for you to borrow because interest rates are going to keep going higher. This is the time for you to invest in treasury bills and fixed income securities.
This is not the time for you to borrow. Rather, invest in treasury bills and securities. Please, if you do not know what those mean, please go and find out. It's very important. So if we cannot borrow, as individuals, as businesses, as SMEs, apart from buying treasury bills, what can we do to stay afloat in this economy, to thrive?
Okay, are there SME owners here? You're an SME owner. Can you raise your hand?
Small and medium enterprises, small scale business.
Okay, please give your hands, give applause, please. Small businesses. Because I think small businesses are the lifeblood of this economy, and as long as they continue to survive, I think Nigeria will continue to survive. That's what a lot of people don't know. I will say that the moment you shut down small businesses, you see that woman that is selling akara on the road, or the lady that is hawking bolly, or the person that just has a shop, the moment you shut them down, Nigeria will burn. Because it means people can't feed themselves. And so in an economy like this, where you see skyrocketing inflation, you're seeing interest rate go up, there are a number of things that businesses should always do. Number one, don't be afraid to increase your price. It's not a good thing, but don't be afraid to increase your price. But when you increase your price with some wisdom.
With the fear of God.
Especially if you are in a business that is very competitive. If you're in a business where you have a lot of competition, you're not the only one that provides that same service. When you increase your price, only do that if you are sure that you provide the best service. If you're sure that despite the fact that you're not the only one who produces or who sells that thing, your own service is better. When you increase your price, your customers will still come towards you. But if you don't, if you're not in that class, don't increase your price, because a lot of Nigerians are looking for substitutes and cheaper substitutes. This is also a time where you should all cut your cost. This is not a time where SMEs start to add different costs to their business. You have to cut your costs now. This is not a time where you decide, oh, it's time to buy a fancy TV in your office, or it's time to spend on office renovation. If you don't have that money, don't do that now. This is not a time for it. This is a time where you start to save and be very smart. Because a lot of businesses around you will crumble. So this is a time where you start to spend on, then cash is king. In this economy, cash is what? King. This is not where you start to give out unnecessary credit. Because with unnecessary credit, people won't pay you. Remember, everybody's going through a very tough time. So when you give out too much credit, in time, your business is going to fail, because you should have a budget to your budget. If you don't have a budget to follow in this difficult period, your business is just going to fail. And when I mean budget is every month you must ask yourself, what are the things that I want to spend on? How much money am I going to get to spend on that? And you must stick to that budget. If you don't stick to that budget, in time, you're going to be in debt. And remember, it is very expensive to be in debt now, because you're paying very high interest rates. And then finally, this is one area where I see a lot of business suffer. A lot of business don't have digital transformation as a key aspect of their business. Some people still believe in doing business the old way. You have to adopt digital transformation. How many of your businesses have a WhatsApp page, Instagram page? How many of you even know all your customers and keep them in a file somewhere? Do you have the names of all your customers? Do you have their phone numbers? Do you have their email address? Do you even know their birthdays? Do you know the birthdays of their children? How close are you to your customers? Do you know which aspects of your business incurs the most expense? Do you know which aspect of your business or which of your products most revenue? Do you know how much your competitor is even doing? Are you paying attention to your competitor? You can't know all this if you don't have digital transformation. So it's very important that you all adopt digital transformation in your business now.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you know, there are a lot to know. And I'm circling back to where I started from. If you want to follow the money, follow who knows what's in. Now you have seen the person who knows. So what are we going to do? This is as much as we can discuss. We are pressed for time, but I'm certain that we have been economically empowered. Please, a round of applause for the money man who does not agree that he has money. Ugo Dre. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, everybody.
About.
You can call me an entertainer. At the same time, I be preacher. I know say you my healer. Nobody to the I'm about to put on the check your daddy, go see my flowers. If matter for matters, Mr. Importer Exporter, can I marry your daughter? We want better daughter, but for the mobile stronger, now we are getting power. After my importer,
All right.
go harder.
All right, thank you so much. That was an amazing session by our very own CEO Nairametrics, Igochukwu Obichu. Thank you so much, sir. The last part of the session was very interesting. I love it. Hello, yes, I loved it because a lot of us, all the MRP interests, whatever, all those you were just speaking over our heads. But when you mentioned SMEs, we were connecting. SMEs were here, and it was very interesting. Thank you so much. God bless you, sir. All right, right about now, we're bringing in amazing troop. They just want to wake us up. G. Oh, I was afraid though. Then I was looking like, are we in Lekki? No, we're not in Lekki. We're in Kejana. G. In case you don't understand, wakey, wake up. Don't sleep, wake up. Collect. I know. See the way they came, your money. After money is money. Now I want to wake you up for some very interesting moments before we go to the next batch of sessions and moderations and learning. Let's have the wonderful, amazing troop. They are the joy bringer, Amuludu of Nigeria. Please be coming. Please give them a warm applause as they come in. Clap for them, clap for them.
Èkó ọ̀rọ̀ mi sẹ́lẹ̀ gbẹlẹ̀gbẹ̀ létí omi. Mo kí gbogbo wa kú ọjọ́ tòní. Àṣeyí ṣàmọ́dún lágbára Ẹlẹ́dùmarè ọba. Mo kí ìlú Èkó la wà. Mo lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ mi sá. Èkó ọ̀rọ̀ mi sá. Èkó ọ̀rọ̀ mi sẹ́lẹ̀ gbẹlẹ̀gbẹ̀. Lẹ́gbẹ̀lẹ́gbẹ̀. Mo ní tàwọn ní kò sómi lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kọ́ wá wí. Ẹni wọ́n pe tàwọn lọ bàtà bútú bàbá mi kó mi. Ẹni bá ní kò sómi lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kọ́ wá wí. Ẹni wọ́n pe tàwọn lọ bàtà bútú bàbá odò kodò. Èkó àgbèlè níbi tá à ń kéré ti gbé sẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀sẹ̀ méjì lọ. Nílé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ẹ̀yọ́ ayé ẹlẹ́yọ̀. Ẹ̀yọ́ ayé ẹlẹ́yọ̀. Mo ní ẹ̀yọ́ bàbá tẹ̀yìn tí fìgọ́ọ̀lù ṣeré. Ẹ̀yọ́ bàbá tẹ̀yìn tí fìgọ́ọ̀lù ṣeré. Ẹ̀yìn oníṣòwò oníbòye. Kí lẹ́nu gbé owó lọ. Kí ló fi ṣe? Aṣọ kí lè rà ó? Àfọ̀mọ̀kọ́ màá bá yìí gbé. Èyí wà tó, èyí wà tó, èyí wà gbogbo ẹ̀gbẹ́ pẹ̀tọ́ olókùn. Ẹ̀mọ́ lọ́wọ́, ẹ̀mọ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, ẹ̀mọ́ tìmọ̀tìmọ̀, tímọ̀tìmọ̀ rẹ̀ sí mọ́rí, tìmọ̀tìmọ̀ lọ́lọ́mọ̀ àgọ́mọ̀. Ojú ẹ̀ máa ṣẹ́gi òréré, àfọ̀jà alágẹ̀mọ̀ ìmọ̀ àgẹ́gùn pa. Ọ̀gbọ́n máa ṣí lọ láyàwó obìnrin gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Ẹ̀kọ́ ti kú, ilé tẹ́pa, lè sí máa bọ́mọ̀ olúkèrèsè ìdílé bàbá rẹ̀. Àtàwọ̀ àtọ̀gbẹ̀rì ni wọ́n sọ lọ́lọ́lọ́lọ́lọ́ lọ́dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n Peter wọ́n bá yẹjú ọ̀gbẹ̀rì àkọ́gbọ̀n fẹsẹ̀ èmi àṣàṣà wìrì àṣàṣà wìrì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bọ́lẹ̀ òwòlọ́wọ́lọ́ ẹ̀gùn lẹ́nu wọ́ àṣẹ ni àgbàdójú àfin lẹ́nu wọ́ àṣẹ ni àtìlẹ́yà èmi àrígìrì àrígìrì wọ́jà àfíjú wọ́jà máa ní gẹ́gẹ́ ọ̀gbùn wọ́jà wọ́n bá ṣọ́ṣọ́ ìrọ̀ òṣìṣọ́ nílẹ̀ ìlú àfíjú wọlé ìrẹsì ẹ̀wọ̀ ọ̀dìlẹ̀ owó ọ̀rọ̀ sí ẹ̀rì ọ̀dọ̀dọ̀dà àgbọ̀dọ̀dọ̀ ìjọkọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀wọ̀ àkúlọ̀lọ̀ èyí ìjọkọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́bìsúrú ẹ̀rẹ́kùnmọ́nọ́mí àgbẹ̀rẹ̀mọ́mí àdébùtọ̀ṣà àgbẹ̀rẹ̀lẹ́bọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ àgbẹ̀tẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀gbọ̀ àwọn mi sẹ́rẹ̀ mẹ́rẹ̀mẹ́rẹ̀ àrẹ̀lẹ́bàjà.
ìṣàlẹ̀ ibẹ̀ ṣá lóríṣun adágún òrìṣà ọkọ̀ làbà ọlọ́gẹ̀rẹ̀gẹ̀ ẹ̀yọ́ oníkó ẹ̀yọ́ akéré ìṣàlẹ̀ èkó àwọn lónìí wọn tí wà lọ́míṣù bẹ̀bẹ̀ rọ̀ wá ibẹ̀ lọ́ńdádé adé orí lọ.
Yeah, we're in Nigeria. It's normal. Wow. It's normal because we are all blacks here and we are Nigerians. But if a white man is there, we're like, what happened? Nothing happened. Sit down, relax. They will bring the light now or whenever. All right, please give it up for them once again. The troop, they did well. I mean, they did justice to that dance. Of course, we are going home, not the gym. Now we had the local drama, the local dancing, and it was interesting. Very nice one. Thank you so much. Before I hand over the microphone to IK, I would like, of course, to recognize the presence of the Governor General, SEFA ambassadors of the World Safety Organizations, Dr. Mrs. Wilson Arikpo. Ma'am, we warmly welcome you to our midst. Thank you, ma'am. And again, I would like to recognize the presence of the Associate Director, Human Capital Partner, representing Mr. Akin Murakinyo, Mr. Shehu Zubar. Give it up for him. Mr. Shehu Zubar. Don't mind me. If the name is not Yoruba, there is a way I pronounce them. Just conk me virtually. I'm sorry about that. I thank God that I pronounced it very well. Thank you so much for being part of this event. Of course, I will hand over the microphone to Ike, whichever of the above, to carry on with the program. Thank you so much. Please give yourself a warm applause. Yourself, yeah, you can give it to yourself. You're worth it, yes. Aja, give it to yourself, you own it.
I hope we're not getting too tired. Are we learning? I can't hear you. Are we having fun? Okay, all right. We've made a few adjustments to the agenda just to accommodate us and then, of course, some of our speakers. And right now, without further ado, I would like to bring on someone to this podium. Ugodre, the last time, said with respect to the economy, right, that we're going in the right direction, however slowly. But again, here is one good direction that we're going towards the achievement of our SDG goals, right? I want to call up to the podium someone who has been with us all day, the project coordinator for IRES. IRES is Innovative Renewable Energy Storage Solution. And it will interest you that the person I'm calling up to talk to us had the opportunity at the last UN conference to present something which he will be talking to you about. Since I'm not the expert in that, I will just step aside and ask you to please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Ibukun Fagbeyiro to take on the podium. Please, don't be tired. Keep putting your hands together. Somebody here today will be happy that they came after his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us. My name is Ibukun Fagbeyiro. I'm the Special Project Coordinator for IRES. IRES means Innovative Renewable Energy Storage Solution. We are here to present a solution to you. We all know we have the problem of power, and power is the bedrock of development. Without power, we have problems moving forward in areas of education, healthcare, communication, operations of SMEs. I can continue listing them. Without power, all these things cannot move forward. I know we have a lot of power people here, the electric distribution people are here, but this is a very unique solution, especially made for us in Nigeria. Why? Because what we've been experiencing so far is that we wait for power being generated from a long distance. For instance, we can wait for power generated in Niger. It goes through generation, transmission, and then when it gets to us, we've lost almost 75% of it. Right now, we need 25,000 megawatts of power in Nigeria. What we are getting is nothing close to 5,000 megawatts. So it means we are getting just 25% of what we need, meaning 7 to 8 out of 10 people are left to fend for their own energy. And we know what energy represents. We have a very short clip to show you how people that have been experiencing this product how they've been faring. Let me just explain to you how this works. It has a very simple, we call it IRES solar power backpack. It's a very simple technology. It has the solar panel, which is going to demonstrate to you right now. All you need to do is just put this in the sun. This is like a 60-watt foldable solar panel. Once you put this in the sunlight, soaks up energy and then charges the battery in the power pack. The battery provides up to 153 watt-hour energy. And the very interesting thing is that in Nigeria, because of the poor energy that we are getting in total, the average energy that one person is using is about 120 watt-hour per annum. 120 watt-hour per annum. And then this bag can provide up to 153 watt-hour per day. So it goes a long way in solving a lot of problems for people. And because we believe in the transformative power of sustainable energy, accessible energy, and then renewable energy, that is why we created this as IRES. And it's solving a lot of problems for people. So imagine barbers, they don't need to buy a better price, my neighbor generator any longer. Once they have this, this can power their clippers, power table fan, power the light bulbs in their shops. And once you charge, you can just put this in the put the panel in the sun up to 2 to 3 hours and the battery is full. And because the battery is a litmus phosphate battery, we call it like PO4 battery. That's the latest technology of battery that we have. It charges very fast and does not easily self-discharge. So if you charge this, you can have it working for up to 3 days, depending on what the load you put on it. So this is solving a lot of problems. We know power is a major problem for business owners. And as he said, Ugo Dre said earlier that the blood in our economy is being generated by SMEs. They contribute up to close to 50% of our GDP. This is a perfect solution for SMEs, traders, barbers, even miners, teachers, students. They benefit a lot from this. And I will thank Engineer Jamie for this very opportunity, very good opportunity to impact people. So as a courtesy from RKK Group and IRES, we are going to be donating some of our backpacks to the graduates of this academy. And on top of that, we are going to empower them because most people do business locally. For them to be able to connect to the world, we are going to have this notebook, the notebook that has internet capabilities, and we are going to add this to each bag so that when we distribute this to people, they can have access to other online businesses and then be able to be more productive and then make more profit. But before we go, we'll play a video for you so that you can see the impact having in various sectors. Are we ready? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. As you can see, the solution cuts across many sectors: agriculture, security, education, and most especially SMEs. This backpack we've made in such a way that it's a very rugged backpack for our environment. The foldable solar panel lasts up to 25 years, and the battery inside has 6,000 cycles. It means it can last more than 15 years. And we're going to be giving it out free of charge for people here for the support of the academy. Thank you very much. If you want to get in touch with us, you can visit www.irs.ng, and then you can meet me immediately after this meeting if you want to get further information about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's continue to clap for them. Don't carry it away. I want to know the bag again. You don't give us that. They can't take it through. This one, the MD of the company, Mr. Adeyemi Kilaso, called and said, we want to partner with Academy. I want to give a lot of things. This bag, in short, if you are very good in Babi, this corporate Babi, you don't need to have a shop at all. You just plug it, you buy in people's house, papa, no light. They say no light here, band A, band B, band 100, bandit, band. You just start this bag, you just plug it, no light, you burn straight. That the world is all about innovation. This bag was presented at United Nations, just concluded UNGA in one of the side presentations. This bag. That's why I told them I said, look, you must bring this bag. I want it to be at the Reboot. Because this bag is part of us. Who wants this one that is here? Who should we give this one to? I want this one. Okay, let me try it. If you know you have challenge like, we don't usually have light at home, I'm very poor to buy this below. If you have that challenge, hands up, let me see. Okay, I will. You that are doing photography, this thing, charge your things very well. Photographer, come. Just 3 people. Are you dressed well now? What do you need to do? What will you do with it? You now stood up and come outside. You need it sincerely. Come outside. That small boy. You are saying you need bag for what? Come outside. I need 2, 3 ladies. That man is watching that. I'm not doing for you. Okay, it's enough. It's enough. This is engineer Adetono, the former chairman, Nigeria of Civil Engineers. What a very powerful position. Eledogo. We want to empower the Mama is already empowered now. You are a big woman now. Okay, just less than 30 seconds. Why did you give this back? How to give now? Why?
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Raji Alima. I run a social venture that educates people about health, nutrition, and safety. Due to the fact that I use my phone to create content on social media, and presently I do not have power bank to power my phone.
Power bank. Our problem is power bank.
So for adventure, I need to actually charge my
Okay,
phone.
thank you.
Help me.
Good. Don't go, just hold on. Let us hear you, please.
My name is Adebajo from Layo.
Okay,
I'm an entrepreneur. So I'm bad presently. I can't afford to pay. I can't afford to pay. So this way enable me to power my phone because this is my
okay. Please listen, please. Thank you. No, next.
Mr. Okojewe, I want to use it for my POS business.
Yes, good. Next.
I'm Temitope Adeniro. This will help me with my current program I'm running as a graphic designer because due to that I have electricity problem. I've been unable to join classes on time.
Good.
Because of power.
That's a fantastic one. So, yeah, next, photographer.
My name is Wahab Bukola. I need it to make my job efficient and delivery to be very fast as possible. So engineer will be disturbing me all the time. Where's the pictures?
Okay, thank you. Please speak louder. They can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alausa. I'm a student at Kenya University. I teach tutorials, sometimes tutorials. So most of the times we don't have light.
In Kenya University, a private school, no light. Okay, no problem.
I am Oluwadamilola. So this bag will be useful for me because I make shoes. At times there is no light, I need to use my filing machine, and also to help my visibility online because once I have access to light,
where's your shop? Where's your shop?
At Alakuko.
Alakuko, okay. Also, estimate. Okay, Alakuko area is a local area. Correct. Yeah. Yes. Let us tell you.
Content creator.
Sorry, our speakers, just so.
I'm a content creator, a writer, a sign language interpreter, and most times the people I reach out to are people that have no light in their environment. So I would really need it to help me brighten the environment, so I'll be able to communicate to these disabled people.
Thank you, disabled people. Hello. This one very important.
My name is Alausa.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alausa. I need this for my school because they said I need a computer to use for my computer craft. That if I don't use it, that is going to make some problems in some things.
Where is your school?
Government Technical College.
Your parents cannot buy computer for you?
Yes. Yes. And I need to buy
computer for long?
Yes.
Where are you living?
I am living at Agidibin here, Kurata.
Kurata. You live where? Kurata. It's your own house?
Yes.
Your mommy is the owner of the house?
No.
Your daddy owns the house?
No.
You rented the apartment?
Yes.
Okay, you are tenant there.
Oh,
so you are in technical college?
Yes.
SDG 7 is access to electricity, affordable. SDG 4 is talking about education. You are not supposed to be here. People here, they are adults. Why are you here at your age? Yes, the program we are doing, why are you here? All people here, we are almost graduates. Why are you here?
I followed my mom.
Your mom? Why? Your mom is a graduate?
Yes.
Your mom is a student of this academy? Is the mommy here? Please, can you just come fast? I'm sorry, please. I don't want us to. We are going to give whoever wants this thing, but let the mommy just come and tell us very, very brief. Mama, please move very fast, please. Thank you, ma. Are you a student of this academy, Mama? Yeah. You are not a student. Then why do you? I don't know. Okay. How do you get this invite to come for leadership Reboot?
Not for first time, not second time.
Not, let us tell you.
Not for first time, not for second time. I come
for a Reboot?
Yes, sir.
You always come for a Reboot. What have you gained so far?
I gained many things, sir.
Are you a graduate?
For secondary school.
For secondary school?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't fit that you can reboot your leadership, yes. And I brought your son.
Yes, sir.
And that son now needs a laptop. And that son, they don't have charger in their house. Where are you living, man? Your house is what?
Yes,
your house got burned.
Yes, sir. I live that.
So you not live behind one mosque, one
yes.
place there, you sleeping there.
Yes, sir.
You can't have light there now. They won't give you light there. Yes, give you light there now. You have anything to say? You are crying.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for.
Okay. Mr. Buku. Your name. What is your name, please?
Adekule Abubasit.
What's it?
Adekule Abubasit.
His name is Adekule Abubasit. Okay? Yes. So they have taken your name, and I know The company, RKK Group, as I'm announcing now, the MD is online. He came back from United Nations, is online now. My MD, we celebrate you for what you have done. Thank God he comes to this very good guy. And we are so happy. MD, I want this to also plead with you if you can get some small coins in your pocket too for your mommy. Mommy has some challenges, financially. So MD, nothing is too small. As you are hearing us, they will give the account number. We celebrate this woman. This woman is not a graduate. She has been attending our program based on what she's saying now. Leadership Reboot. Where do we do the last one?
House.
Neka house. Wow, they are correct too. You follow the Neka house, you, this small boy. I didn't see him. Which one again do you come?
Neka house.
This one again, have you come again?
That's my
04, this one, and the 03.
03. 02, we did it in VI. You won't be able to come to that place. It's far. VI is far. So my MD, these are good, amazing Nigerians that need our support. Please, no matter anything, we will get something from you. One of the very powerful philanthropists in this country is the RKK Group MD and Chairman. I will contact him for you, and I will take your details here. We will get something for you. I'm sure of that. Now, for all of us at this gathering, they are not coming here to beg. I don't believe in begging. It's, to me, my faith is not allowed. They have not come to beg. They have been following us for the past 3 years. We don't know them. See where they come here. I wanted to be sure. I said, where did you do last one? I thought they would say, yeah. They say Mecca, and that was true. We used Mecca house. As I was shocked, which means you are not educated in court. Education is not the school you go to sometimes. Some people go to school, they don't get sense. So you get sense. So it's not education. But you come here with this boy. Okay. On behalf of the academy, we will give you today, today, 100,000 naira. You will have it here today. Anyone that want to assist them, they have not come to beg. They are not begging. But want to assist them, they will go to their seat. We will arrange cash, give them, check, give them, just to give them. Let them go and rent apartment and live better. Thank you very much and God bless you.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. Pretending day by day that someone somewhere soon.
Engineer J, someone was asking how much it will cost to subsidize so we can buy 10 more. Okay, all right. We are moving forward. So we need to move fast now. We are moving on to the next lecture. And the person who I'll be calling up on stage is somebody I'm personally excited about. I'm sure you thought we've heard it all, but just sit down, relax, and listen attentively as we welcome our next speaker.
Enobong Loretta Ezekiel is a highly accomplished professional with almost 2 decades in leadership positions. Her experience spans across sectors in banking, finance, energy, and recently aviation. She is a business development enthusiast, strategic commercial leader, skilled at identifying business expansion opportunities and developing profit-generating strategies, a culture transformation strategist, and a certified customer service expert with excellent people management skills. Enopom is currently the General Manager, Strategy, Transformation and Corporate Performance at the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company PLC. She has held several roles, ranging from the Acting Chief Commercial Officer, Ikeja Electric PLC, Business Manager, Ikeja Electric PLC, Business Manager, Keystone Bank and former bank PHP, and Branch Business Manager of Access and Diamond Banks. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Dr. Enupong Ezekiel.
You can do better than that. Come on, put those hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, wow. That was quite loud, wasn't it? I think you need to either use this or... Sorry? This isn't coming on. So. Take it off. Just use this one. So I'll just use this. Yeah. Use this one. Yeah, that's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Come on, smile. Somebody has won a whole generator, a whole disco. Somebody just won a whole disco here. I mean, a round of applause for that woman. I was just telling somebody there that that's what leadership is about. Leadership is about boldness. And it took a bold young man to come out. And I am saying that I am going to actually add up to what Engineer Jay has done on behalf of the Academy, because there is nothing I like boldness, and that's what leadership is also about. How is everyone doing? Doctor, I was telling you outside that you have finished talking for all of us. Engineer Jay, don't move me to leadership reboot 0.5, because I really don't know what I'm coming on the heels of that to do. But then, we got to do what we got to do. Ugo Dre, it is it is amazing that I am here and I stand on all protocols to be speaking here at Leadership Reboot, because this time last year I was sitting in the audience, and I am also an alumni of the QHSES Academy. I graduated August 3rd, 2004, with pride, with a lot of pride. So when I finish here, I'm going to change into my shirt and my trousers so I can, continue the work from this point. If you are here and you have passed through this academy, can I see your hand, please? I can't see the hands. Can I hear the shout? Awesome. Relearn, reimagine, reboot. That's what this academy tries to do. And that's where the leadership reboot sessions come from. And I can tell you without a doubt that we're doing so much in trying to ensure that we put the right kind of people out there in terms of adding value, in terms of bringing on board expectations of what a leader should be. So I don't know if you have that thing. Yeah, because I don't have it with me, so yes. What is this about? Everybody has had quotes, so there's no way I'm going to live here without quotes. It's not possible. You quote, they quote, I quote. Who agrees with me? Okay. So there are some very transformational quotes that I like, and one of it is from Seth Godin. And it says that transformational leaders don't start by denying the world around them. Instead, they describe the future they would like to create. Warren Bennett says that leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. I see Doc. Doc has finished reading all the book. There's nothing remaining because he's ending all the sentences with me. Doc, calm down. This is my show. Be calming down. But I like a particular quote from Barack Obama that says, "The borders of our nation or leadership do not define the boundaries of our compassion." As leaders, it is important to note that when we talk about leadership without borders, we are literally talking about how we harnessing our skills into either the markets that we operate from, the people that we have been given to harness or work with, or the businesses. What are we doing with the knowledge that we either have or we are gathering? Take, for instance, a global leader in a multinational retail company. He's in a particular space, but he has to handle a global market. And in handling a global market, he has to have understanding, great understanding of certain things. One of it is managing a global and almost literal virtual workforce. Another is addressing what those workforce needs are and the local cultures. Another one is how innovative. I'm too impressed. Wow, I've become a rapper suddenly. With the innovation, how innovative are you as a leader? We have so many supposed leaders in our companies, in our organizations, that cannot day after day come up with anything innovative that actually impacts the business that they operate from. So you just have people who just are collecting salaries or collecting money at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, they do appraisals and are expecting to be promoted. And when this is being done, you are asking, excuse me, in my organization, there is a portion for that. There is a portion in our appraisals that asks, what is that impact that you brought upon the company in the last 1 year? How many people can testify who relates with me in that way? What is that innovation? What is that thing you have done? And they'll be like, I came to work every day. Is that one not enough? Ethics. Are you ethical as a leader? The Honorable was here a few hours ago, and one of the things he hammered on was ethics. What are you as a leader? You want to be a global leader. How ethical are you? Leadership beyond borders. When somebody looks at this entire theme of leadership beyond borders, they probably are, I don't know, there are so many utopian, ways with which people look at things, but they really do not realize that the very basics of it is what, the whole thing is all about. So I'm going to start by asking a couple of questions, and I would really appreciate if I could get good answers from, the audience. Are you with me? No, you are not with me. That's very low. I don't know. You know how it is when you are in church, when they say amen, you now say amen. Say, if that amen is not for me, if it is for Jesus, say amen. Okay. Now I'm hearing you. I want to ask a couple of questions. Are you ready to challenge the status quo and lead beyond borders? I'm only hearing the guest speakers, I'm only the guest speakers. These guest speakers are already profound leaders, I'm asking the audience, are you ready to challenge status quo? What would happen? And Doctor spoke a lot to that. What would happen if we combine our unique strengths to create a better world? A lot of our leaders are operating on very selfish, very, very selfish tendencies. And the need to actually be able to take it out there and see that to be a global leader, you have to be able to do these things. You have to be able to function in operating in multiple countries, virtual teams, balancing global strategies, and local needs. Doctor talked about it. That's why I said, Doctor, you just came. I don't know whether you flew in the night and then came, took some of my distance. Now I'm going to go and improve on it. Then I'm speaking before Enobong, so I'm going to thief, because it thief some of it. Then emphasize inclusivity, adaptability, and communication. I'm going to be talking a lot about communication because that's where we have a lot of issues with our leaders. You are in an organization and you're given a role. I am GM for the group, and my group has approximately, now and counting, over 7 subsidiaries outside the PLC. And I am the GM strategy, transformation, and corporate performance for the group. So what that invariably means is that I deal with different people, different cultures, different sentiments, different mannerisms, different upbringings. I'm dealing with CEOs of the smaller subsidiaries. I'm dealing with heads of departments of the main company itself. So I'm seeing things, and then we take it outside when we have to do a bit of work outside the company on the international level. I'm dealing with that. What are you doing? How are you communicating? Do you know that if you have a meeting with people in Japan, you have to be extremely respectful with your tone and with the way you speak to them? Because in the Japanese culture, respect is taken very personal. You know, Nigerians, we have a way. Sorry, this is why I wanted to be mic'd, because I wanted to do a bit of moving around. I feel like I'm stifled. They want to hold my swag, but they cannot. You know, you can't hold down my swag. You know, it is not happening. So sometimes I'll move, my voice is loud, and come back. I can't move. Is it working now? Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. Before the Nigeria will charge me for spoiled mic. Thank you. They take it very personal if you're communicating with them and you are rude in the course of communication. And don't forget that this is a virtual meeting, but they can detect your tone, and they can detect your mannerisms, and they can detect your body language just from speaking with them online. Now, you know that very typical, we are just very typical in this country. We would just be like, if you were in my country, you wouldn't try that. You won't, imagine this man coming, what's all that? It's not your fault. Only a Nigerian has the right to insult in Nigeria. You insult us, we come for you. Doctor, you have become radical in just a few minutes. I'm not recognizing you. But the truth about the matter is that if you're going to be operating in multiple countries, managing virtual teams, one thing you must take very, very, very personal is the way you communicate as a leader. Communication is key. You need to be able to ensure that your tone as a leader fits the environment with which you are working in. You need to ensure that your body language as a leader fits the environment with which you're working. You need to be able to inspire the people that you're working with. There are a lot of us that have jackered at this point.
But how many know that there are a lot of us that are jackpading? Either you are being deported, either you are being taken away from work, and a lot of these things are happening. There was a young man in the UK who was recently deported. Do you know what his offense was? And he was high up there. I'm not going to name the company, a consulting firm, one of the big four. Do you know why? Because he did not understand the culture and the way with which to speak. Even this UK that is almost like Lagos, so that everybody has turned to Lagos, second Lagos, he did not understand the culture. And because of that, he did not understand the communication style with which they operate. So he felt that it was one of the offices that is here in Lagos, Nigeria, that you can just talk anyhow, do anyhow. They did not even just dismiss him, they deported him. How many people want to be deported because they did not understand culture? It's just a question. You can decide to say yes or no. It's just a question. Doctor, is it left or right? I seen that you have come before me. Yeah. You know you are Jesus who came, John the Baptist. You are not, I'm the Savior. Okay, it's not moving. You will be the one changing it. It's moving. Okay. All right. So let's build a foundation for global leadership. We've talked about the culture. You need to understand the culture to build relationships. Many of us do not. You cannot be, maybe your company decides to send you as a secondary rep to one of their countries over there. How many of us take the time? All we just know is that, they gave us visa. Visa have arrived. They gave us visa. And then all of a sudden, you haven't taken the time to profile the nature of the country you're going to, the type of people that you're going to meet. And so you just get up and go. What you fail to understand, you don't make any connections. I remember when my company had to send me on a role. It was literally like a role. Had to go and work in about seven European countries for about 10 days. I was leaving from my suitcase, actually. So I was going from airport to airport, airport to airport, airport to airport, you know. But for each of those 8 different European countries, I had to learn what their culture was. I had to learn what the people want. I needed to forge relationships with them. And with that, till today, I still have strong relationships with those people, and I still get to do things with them long after the work we had gone to do had expired. Leaders have to have empathy and emotional intelligence. Doctor said it, Chairman, Mrs. Fabawo said it. How are you a leader without emotional intelligence? How are you a leader without empathy? Your staff does something and you just ground the person. You don't have the time to figure out, maybe the person is going through some issues. Maybe there are things that needed to be done concerning. How do you not, you cannot be an effective leader beyond borders if you have no empathy, if you have no emotional intelligence. How do you foster inclusivity and diverse perspectives? How do you hold your team together? Are you the kind of leader you're in a meeting and it's only your voice you want to be heard? And it's only the men you want to hear. You don't want to hear the women. Women leaders, things have changed a lot, I agree. But please, I'm begging. I remember a particular staff who they moved to another department, but the staff refused to go because the person there was female. I am female. And I know that anyone who wants to work with me would have a swell time. We'll go, Dre, true? Okay, I just needed you to reconfirm it. You know. But how are you
making people who work with you uncomfortable. How? It's happening a lot. And many people are leaving jobs because they cannot work with that. A friend of mine, her company, a staff committed suicide because the female boss was a thorn in his flesh. How are you fostering people's diverse perspectives and inclusivity? How are you taking every other person's idea and ensuring? So for global leaders, you have to be adaptable. You have to be adaptable. You have to be flexible, like a tree that sways and it's not staying in a particular place. You have to be adaptable. You have to know what is happening. You get into a particular role. You have to be adaptable. If they find out that you are not an adaptable kind of leader, you will not be given opportunities when they come up. I know I have a staff that it doesn't matter the opportunity that comes, I will always put that staff way ahead. Adaptability is his middle name, if there's anything like that. Adaptable, because he can function in anything and everything that you give him to. You have to be strategic. You can't be thinking local. Everything is local. No, I cannot go there. The man there is Indian. He's from Kenya. I'll be speaking in my. I don't understand. You have to think beyond your local content and think way ahead of where it is that you're going. Otherwise, you will not be. I was given a role that I don't have any experience in. At that particular point in time, the office needed to fill that place, and they said, look, they couldn't find someone who was ethical enough to put there, so they put me there. Zone. You have to be culturally intelligent. You have to know the people that you're working with. Even if it's within your local content. Are you aware that in some organizations, if you have a team that you have a Hausa, an Igbo, so every time they blame Nigeria, I always wonder. Because the truth about it is that in our semi-offices, these things are happening. Where you have clandestine groups of it's only Igbo people, it's only Yoruba people, it's only Niger Delta, it's only, I'm a Calabar girl, so we are not plenty, so there's usually not only us. There's usually only one of us here, and then the next place is there, and also we are never enough to gather. You understand? So it's usually the Wazobias that suffer the most, actually. So how many of us like to learn? Leaders, you are spending too much time on TikTok and Snapchat. Please, you're spending too much time on things that don't matter. How many of you take the time to go back to relearn things? I was in a conversation with somebody to the minutest thing, but the person knew that Bobrisky was arrested. And we were trying to talk about Salty, and the person did not know. We both moved to another subject. Person did not know. And that's how I knew about Very Dark Man. I don't follow those things. I don't have the time. But this is supposed to be a head of department. And I was talking global trends. And I couldn't get anything from the head of department, Tori Olong. But the person knew that Bobrisky paid, I think he paid 15 million, please. I knew from the person. You don't even know, but if not for the conversation, I would not have known. You need to stay informed. How many of us actually listen to the news or browse intelligent conversations online? How many of us go back to school? You are waiting for your organization to self-develop you. You can self-develop yourself. I finished from QHSES and I went straight. I'm currently doing 2 programs with European Business Institute. You need to keep moving. You need to keep developing yourself. You can learn through travel, you can do online courses, you can have cultural, then you can have mentorship. That is a fantastic way. One of my mentors, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, amazing woman. There is something she always says when we are in sessions. I will never leave this world if I don't die empty of everything that I brought. And I'm saying the same thing to myself. I intend to die empty of everything that have been put inside of me while I push it out to other people. Have mentorship, have feedbacks. Very, very important. Enhance your interpersonal skills. Enhance your interpersonal skills. Build trust. What kind of team does your team trust you? Your diverse team, does it trust you? How are you building relationships? A lot of us sitting in this room, if we are honest with ourselves, we are going back to work tomorrow. You are probably not speaking to some people in your team. You are probably not speaking to some other heads of departments in your organization. You are probably not speaking to even the person that is sitting down next to you. Even good morning is like they are squeezing oil from one of the oil blocks. Is that how they do it? It's okay. We are in the same WhatsApp group. Enhance your interpersonal skills. Do you know if you have increased innovation, McKinsey says that 65% of leaders that have increased innovation have the possibility of aligning and adding great value to their teams, to their organizations, and to the world in total. Harvard says that about 72% of leaders who have done all the other things that we've talked about have the possibility of being responsible for improved decision making in their organizations. The World Bank says that there is enhanced global market access by leaders who have improved their skills in major ways than none. And of course, there is the increased employee engagement. How do you have meetings if you do not know? Like they say, the popular saying, you can't give what you don't have. If you have nothing on the inside to give, then you stand empty. What are you telling the people that are with you? How are you as a leader impacting the people that you've been giving? Leaders don't understand that they are shepherds. And all the people that are under them or given to them are sheep that they've been given to guide. One misstep of a leader is a misstep of a whole team. And a misstep of a whole team is a destruction of an organization or a company or a group, whichever you choose to. So to the aspiring global leaders, please understand the cultures that you are working with, whether locally or internationally. People here, you better take it serious. So that's why if you say prophet is not recognized in their own, better shout amen. For those who are going to have the ability and capacity to work with diverse teams in Japan, in India, in the US, I pray that you learn to understand the different cultures, that you communicate effectively. You have to be open to change. People have lost tremendous opportunities because they were not open to change. You have to think globally. Everything does not start and end in your bedroom. Everything doesn't start and end in your office space. Everything doesn't start and end in Nigeria. Think globally and empower yourself. Very important to empower yourself. So as I close, and we've talked about so much, you need to adapt. You need to be very strategic in your thinking. No organization is employing anybody that is not strategic in their thinking. Being strategic in your thinking means you have to be a problem solver. If you are coming on board and you cannot solve a problem, why are you coming? That's why they sit at interviews and they ask you, why do you think, as you are CEO, sir, when you ask, why do you think I should, are you not shocked about some of the responses you get? Because I think that it's time for me to move up the ladder. Which ladder? To where? Are you not aware? I'm Christian. The Bible says God came, he destroyed that ladder. Which ladder? Or you hear, because I think I will add value to your thing. How? It's my turn. God bless you, sir. You will go to heaven the way I'm seeing you. How? Be strategic in your thinking. You must have, for some reason, gone through that company profile, seen what the issues are, find out something you can solve in that company, and come with your chest and say, yes, I came to do this. You must empower the diverse teams. If as a leader, you are the only one who feels is successful and your team is not, there's a fundamental problem. Because you are not successful as a leader. And last but not the least, you need to keep learning and growing. You cannot be a leader that graduated since 2005. And the only thing that they see is the BSc that you collected in 2005. Excuse me. One of the courses I'm doing at EBU is AI for leaders and managers. They cannot leave me, sir. They have entered the AI realm. I will be sitting back and looking and say what? I am doing the AI. We will AI it together. As you can see, some of my slides, did you see some of it was moving? I was in Debe, I think AI law. We have to do it. So what am I saying? Leadership beyond borders is leadership that is borderless. Is leadership that requires for you. There's something that I say. There's something I say all the time. Believing in yourself and doing yourself is a full-time job. There is no stopping. There's no room for excuses. You have to keep going. And it's in the keep going that you continue to get better. And it is in the getting better that you know there's no arrival. There's just always a going. The sky remains your gateway as much as you continue to do that. Thank you very much.
I want to low, I want to lola, I want to lala. I want to low, I want to lola, I want to lala. I don't want my jacket. I want to just get like a want to go on to low. I don't want my jacket. I want to just get like a want to go on to low.
I told you. Did I not tell you? Did she fall your hand? Give it up one more time for Dr. Enobong. You know, as she was speaking, I just wanted to draw your attention to something. Are you with me? Are you with me? Her doctorate degree is not from Ojo Elegbao. She's Dr. Enobong Ezekiel, yet she enrolled in the QHSES Academy. What does that tell you? So you can see that from speaker to speaker, they are not just coming here to put up slides for us, but they're actually living, walking their talk, which is one significant component of leadership: authenticity. Jacquel said something, please listen to me. And this speaks to continuous learning. And he says, if the rate of change on the outside exceeds the rate of change on the inside, then the end is near. It simply means if you're not evolving with positive change happening around you, you're not learning and growing, very soon you will be irrelevant. And I'm sure you don't want to be that leader who will be irrelevant. We'll move on to the next speaker quickly. We're supposed to have 2 more sessions and we're done for today. We'll have a speaker now, and then we'll have our fireside chat. So we're supposed to have Mr. Kimora Kenyo, the Registrar Chief Executive, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, to speak to us. But today we have someone who is representing him. I'd like us to listen to a quick bio as we welcome him to the podium. Let's take a listen.
Shehu Zubairi, Director at Human Capital Partner, with nearly 20 years of experience in HR and management consulting. He has led development initiatives for global and local clients across various sectors and is recognized as a thought leader in HR, leadership, and people development. Shehu holds an MBA, BSc, the PDEA, and certifications as a project management professional, PMI, and senior certified professional, SHRM. He is also a certified DEI analyst and facilitator. He serves as the training director for the 2024 Lagos State GIDP program. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Shehu Zubairi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see very young people here, and also to see veterans queuing behind them and cheering them up to success. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to really appreciate the previous speaker, based on the passion, the energy. You will not know that she's not a Gen Z. But said people want to identify with Gen Zs, and Doctor, thank you for a fantastic presentation this morning. As I sat down there, I was asking myself, I said, what I have actually prepared has been said. Is there a need for me to come up to speak? But I'll just make it very short and brief. And they said reputation calls for emphasis. And so I'll repeat some things, but I'll also emphasize some things in the process. So I stand on existing protocols, and I would really like to appreciate each and every one of us for staying up until this time. I have a topic to talk about this afternoon, and it is leading with innovation, navigating change, and it didn't say leading and innovation. It said leading with innovation and navigating change for the future. And I would like to encourage the young ones especially, because there's a lot of things going on in our minds. Once upon a time, somebody said, you are the future of this country. And 40, 45 years later, they are still the one leading this country. And so our young ones will say it's a scam. So when we get people who come up to try to encourage us around, make sure you put in your best. Hard work will always pay. The kind of response you get is it is scam. Not in this country. Some people believe that I cannot succeed in a country like Nigeria. You know why? Because when you look at all of the indices, things don't add up. And I also want to appreciate the speaker that talked to us about the economy, because a lot of people feel that when you listen to the Nigerian news, you get depressed. Is there anyone like that? There are some people that don't listen to Nigerian news again. Because when you listen to Nigerian news, you get depressed. The kind of information you get are things around, you can never make it in this country, in other words. All right? You hear things around insecurity, you hear things around poverty, you hear things around unemployment, and so on and so forth. And do you really blame them? The younger ones have lost faith in this country. You blame them. Some of them have left the country. So there are three things I can do in the face of a challenge. The first thing I can do is to either fight, I can either freeze, or I can what? Flight. These are three things. Now, many people have decided to take the option of freezing and flight. And that's a challenge. And so what I want to talk to us about is, can I actually lead in a country like Nigeria? Is it possible? Because the people I knew as a child were in position. Today, they are still in position. And some of them are putting their children in line for the same position. So where is the hope for me? Is that what's going on in your minds? I have something very interesting to tell you this evening or this afternoon, that you can actually lead. But your leadership is going to take a different channel. It's going to take a different path. And that path is with what? Innovation. The world will stand still to that man, that lady, that comes with an innovative solution. Please, once again, I'd like us to put our hands together for IRSS. I think they've done a fantastic job to solve a problem that many of us think is unsolvable in this country. And that is what? Power. You know, NEPA has gone for almost 10 years, but people still know NEPA. My child knows NEPA. And the mindset of NEPA is not a good one. The mindset of NEPA is an issue of what? Lack of hope. If it is just forget about it, it cannot work. There are some people that will tell you that not in this country. If you are dreaming, dream it in another country. If you dream in this country, you will fail. But do you blame them? Nigeria is one of the capital of poverty, as a lot of people will say. Over 133 million are living in multidimensional poverty state. We have an employment rate of over 40%. And the youth population is between 55 and 60%. If you look at several other indices, especially with regards to poverty and corruption, you'll find out that the Transparency International has given us an index, a corruption perception index, that Nigeria is 155 out of 180. When are we going to come out of it? And they have gathered us together here to talk about leadership. How can I actually lead? Is there hope for me? Is there hope for you? Our generation, our fathers have done their own. But for me, we have come in a time where Nigeria is in its worst state. Some people will tell you, in the 60s, things were better. In the 70s, things were better. You know, I grew up fetching water directly from the tap and drinking. How many of you have pure born water in your houses today? Is there anyone? I'm not talking about borehole. I'm talking about proper, clean, born water. Is there anyone? I knew when pure water started in Nigeria. Some people don't have that. They never knew. They just were born into the chaos of this country. And that is their reality. Okay, so the question many people are asking in the midst of all of this conversation is there hope for me? Is there hope for you? Now, let's look at something. I like this particular quote. Everybody is quoting, so I'll quote my own. According to Leonard Sweet, he said something very interesting, and I noticed a lot of people like Dr. Eno has also mentioned things around this, saying that the future is not what? It's not what? It's not what you will enter into. What happens to the future? You will create it. If anybody is thinking Nigeria will be better, and you are sitting down, you are lying. I'm being very honest with you. If you want a Nigeria that will be good for you and your generation, what are you expected to do? And fortunately for this generation, you have an opportunity. Because in the advent of advancement in technology, your innovative ideas can easily get what? Expression. And so with innovation, a lot of changes can happen. And that's exactly where we are going. Now, why does this matter? Or what exactly do you see? Let's look at these pictures. Can we see this picture? This is the situation of Nigeria at 64 for many of us. The elephant is too what? And we have been trying for years to do what? Some of us, our reality is that it is absolutely in. So let nobody come and give me a motivational speech. However, leading with innovation sees it from a different perspective. And what is that perspective? Is that a plausible perspective? But do you know that transiting from the left-hand side of the picture to the right-hand side of the picture requires a lot? True or false? And I talked about learning, relearning. Okay? And Mrs. Faban also talked about the fact that she is a continuous learner. That man riding on that on that elephant, it took him a lot of skill acquisition to do that. True or false? Rather than push, can I learn to tame the problem? And can I learn to ride on the problem? See, there is no better place to be more innovative than in the country today. As a matter of fact, innovation is absolutely useless in a world where there is no problem. So you have a better chance of being innovative here than going to a world where there are no problems. So the more problem, the more what? The need for innovation. And the more the need for what? Relevance. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to challenge you, especially those of us who are young and who have been battered by the realities of this country, that there is still hope if we acquire the right skill. You can never ever solve a problem that is above your knowledge level. You can never solve a problem that is bigger than your competency level. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you must begin to acquire knowledge and skill. That is your solution to riding the big problem. Does this make sense to us? Now, there are several things many of us have told ourselves in the past. Please, if you recognize any of them, just say hi. Nigeria is an unfortunate country. Even if you have even said it, some people have said it today. Nigeria seems to be working, nothing seems to be working in my country. I am where I am because of bad leadership in Nigeria. Nigeria kills dreams and opportunities. Our leaders are problems. Nigeria is a failed state or nation. I need to join Just Jackpot to secure my future and that of my children. Oh my God. Nothing good can come out of this country. Please, can I have that bottle of water? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, what do you see? I can't hear you. The content of this, what is it? Are you sure? I don't think so. What you have here is sand. How are you so sure? I don't understand you. What did you say? It is not water, it is sand. Okay, so let me tell you a story. If you think I am wrong, you think I'm wrong? You think I'm wrong? Let me tell you a story. Over 45 years ago, I was born on an island. And on that particular island, I grew up with this particular substance, and I was told every single day of my life until today that anytime I see this content, I should call it sand. Now I have come to a community of intelligent people, and you are telling me it is water. Am I right or am I wrong? I'm right. I'm right. I am still wrong. Look, I can prove beyond reasonable doubt that what I have seen is sand and not water. There is a famous quote by Alvin Toffler, and what he said is that the illiterates of the 21st century are not those who cannot read nor write, but those who cannot what? Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Some of you have the wrong perspective of a problem, therefore you can never solve it. And your perspective is justified. You know why? It is your reality. That is what you were born into. That is what you know. That is what the conversation has been over time. But there is need for us to have a change of perspective if we must be innovative. Innovation only comes when you see the problem from a solution perspective. Once we cannot see the problem from a solution perspective, we will never ever be able to solve that problem. As a matter of fact, we will compound the problem. And like we said, there is no innovation without problem solving. Now, let's look at the way we need to begin to see things as I round off. My slide is not moving, but I try. Okay, sorry. Yes. The first point is improve what? Financial transaction security using what? Technology. Is that a problem in Nigeria? Can we solve it? Let's look at the second one. Solve what? Using what? The third one. Make education affordable to all using tech. Is that something that is possible? All right. The next one, address insecurity challenges using technology. Is it possible? The next one, rebranding the Nigerian identity using fashion innovation. Is it possible? The next one, mitigating food wastage through effective what? Storage system. Is it possible? The next one, matching quality artisan using what? Using technology. And then of course, making buying more convenient and cheaper, and the list goes on and on. I will end with this. There is a popular saying by Thomas Jefferson. He said, the world cannot stop the man or the woman that has the right mindset. And in contrast, the world cannot help the man or woman with the wrong mindset. Everything starts on how you see the problem. If you have the right mindset, then leading with innovation becomes a possibility. But if you have the wrong mindset, then no amount of lecture that has happened today can help you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for that passionate discourse. How many of us could relate with that last speaker? You could relate, right? 100% spot on. You know, for me, as I listen to them, I'm drawing out my own notes. And one thing I would like you to know is that the value you create, your value is directly proportionate to the problems you solve. So each time you solve a problem, your value quotient goes a notch higher. Remember that there is no future to enter, but rather that future that you create is that one that's waiting for you. Just like saying you lay on the bed that you lie on. You can't just keep mouthing, Nigeria go survive, Nigeria go survive. Meanwhile, you've been going contrary to all the things we've been learning all day. So both of us, all of us have a role to play. All right? Please, one more time, let's put our hands together for Mr. Subiri. All right? Again, we've sat down for a long time. You might want to move your body this time around. We want to do a break, music break, before we go into the last session for the day, which is our fireside chat. But I welcome the saxophonist. Go ahead.
Teach them well and let them lead.
and don't
electricity. I'm on a different era.
Please, can we put our hands together for that good performance? Nigeria has got talent. All right, so like they say, we are saving the best for the last. When you have CEOs coming together, you want to listen. So before I call on my colleague to take us into the next session, I'd like us to settle down. There's a lot of movement in the back and a lot of noise in the hall. All right? So let's please take the next 2 minutes to settle down. I know it's been a long day, but we have come to the last part of today's program. And I'm sure you have a lot to go away with. All right? Please put your hands together as I welcome Shola Sheku as she comes to take on the fireside chat with the CEO. Please, can you welcome this delectable lady by putting your hands together? If you don't clap for her, we will not start though. I'll use that other side of leadership now. All right, I'm sure our guest speakers are here. I'll just step aside. Shola, the floor is yours.
Thank you, IK. All right, good evening, everyone, once again. Good evening, everyone, once again. We greeted ourselves good morning, good afternoon, and good evening here. Nice. It means we are extra intentional to go to the next level. But what my big sis said that there's no ladder anywhere. The ladder has been broken. All you need is to move and you'll get there. Of course, I'm going to make welcome all my amazing powerhouse CEOs. OJ skills. How far? I should go on. Thank you. All right. Permit me to welcome one of the very amazing women I know. When I saw her name on the e-flyer, I went through the social media. You know, I went through my Yoruba people say, Mulobifa Larry. I asked Google, what happened? Who is this woman? And Google came across and said, this is a very powerful, amazing powerhouse. She's no other person, the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Combined Training Solutions Limited, and she's also the founder and president of Soshi. Please join me, a very powerful warm applause, and welcome Mrs. Femi Adebola. Please give her a beautiful applause because she's beautiful, powerful, amazing, resilient. What are you doing? Give it up on that side for her. You guys are stingy with clapping. Now you have stopped. Are you tired? All right. Thank you so much. I would, of course, like to welcome another very powerful man, the Managing Director of Starsight Energy, in the person of my amazing Mr. Ladi Sonny. Please give it up for him. He is as tall, handsome, amazing, a quintessential leader. Give it up for him. You guys on that side. I will call engineer to come and do another giveaway for those that clap the bell. Give it up, please. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Yes, I have another very amazing woman. I'm not sure if she's here. She's the Director General, the Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Insurance Association, NIA, Mrs. Bola Odukale. Mrs. Bola Odukale. She's not around, is she? No. All right, I'll go to the last person here. The Managing Director of Innove, Dr. Ololade Raji. Please give it up for Dr. Ololade Raji. When I saw the name, I thought it was going to be a woman. But when I saw the picture, I knew Ololade. Then I remember Ololade, Mr. Money. Oh, man. Stingy clappers. Stingy clappers. And then please let me tell them, they are stingy with their clapping, eh? Can you borrow me some of your energy for this people? All right. Can I have the wireless microphone? Only me in charge of this wonderful, amazing CEO. All right, because I'm here, I'm also a CEO in the making. Confirm that. Somebody say amen. Amen. Thank you very much. Of course, all morning we have been riding on the shoulders of giants. You agree with me? We have been riding on the shoulders of giants, and this last lap is another amazing time with the CEOs. These are not just chief executive officers of their brand or of their companies. These are role models. These are goal-getters. These are glass breakers. Because when I see a woman here, I know that she not only breaks glass ceilings, she's not only asking to be admitted on the table. This one, she brought a table, she brought the buffet. So it's about being asked to come join the table. It's about admit to the table. Can I have another microphone if this is going to give me a problem? So, you know that when we have chief executives here, we're going to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And of course, I want to say very warm welcome to all. Thank you for making it a date with us today. God bless you. Of course, you know my name. My name is Shola. I'm a public speaker, a self-development coach, and I do a lot of things. Today, I want you to share your hard-won successes, hard-won lessons over the years with this wonderful SMEs, owners, business owners, entrepreneurs. And I want you to speak on their level. And when I mean speak on their level, they need to go home with something today and say, yes, that resonated well with me, and I'm going to start doing it. So, in brief, we have just about 30 minutes for this session. I want you to tell me briefly and tell us your journey so far, your name, what you're doing presently on the 2 minutes. I'll start with you, sir.
Okay. I get to start first. Okay, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. The name is Ololade Raji, the seventh in charge of Nigeria and South Africa. And I like the way you actually started. You are never invited to the table to be a leader. You have to invite yourself. And the painful thing for me, I like the bad stories better. And, the success stories may not resonate with a lot of us. You are never ready for leadership. You just need to take the baton and start running with it. That was one of the realities for me, and I would say I've been a leader in the making for a very long time, and I realized that it is by serving that you lead. Fortunate enough to be the head boy of my primary school, though I was the youngest and the shortest in class, and also the senior prefect in my secondary school, though I was still the youngest. And so one of the things that I quickly latched onto was the fact that you need to serve people to be recognized as a leader. So oftentimes, I volunteer to do things. Okay. Class cleaned up. Yes, I will lead and start. I will make suggestions. And over time, when you continuously do this and you do this very well, the world will compensate you for it. And that speaks to the last part of Doctor's presentation on reward. So most times when you think you are being rewarded, you are actually been preparing for a very long time. So I served my deals just like a lady here in Accenture. Accenture is a global management consulting firm I worked for about 20 years in Accenture and rose to the lead for product, consumer goods, utilities in the sector before we floated Innova Nigeria, and later, 3 years ago, Innova South Africa. For me, the journey has been very painful. If I didn't believe in Nigeria, I wouldn't be here. So for a lot of people that you have heard today that this is not the place to be, this is not how to do it, I don't believe that. And you've seen quite a number of us in the room. We started out here, we've expanded to other geographies. Interestingly, Engineer Badmos and I started up way. We've been together for a very long time. I think secondary school has been close to 40 years now. So it's interesting to see your leadership journey unfold. And I would say that it is always those bad moments, those challenging moments, those moments that you seem to have issues or problems that actually creates the future for you. And we have been saying in Accenture, when I was there, we preach that success is actually shaping the future before it happens. So you have to create your own future. I think Shehu also discussed that. So for me, if you cannot identify one problem that you can uniquely solve in Nigeria today, then the leadership journey is yet to start. So in terms of the journey to Innova, it's a lot of preparation, a lot of hard work, some elements of luck, and interestingly, I know a lot of us don't downplay this, prayers too. Because you just need the God factor, so you just need to, all those sands and the waters need to align for you to walk on.
Yes.
So I would say it's a pleasure being here today. I still think we have more time to interact, and also will yield the floor for others to also share some of the initial stories.
Thank you. Mr. Ladisoni, can we have you on that?
All right, thanks. My name is Ladisoni, as has been announced. I'm the CEO of Starsight Energy in Nigeria. Starsight has a presence in South Africa, East Africa, Ghana, but I manage the Nigerian operations. I sit on the board of Courtville Business Solutions, the auto reg guys. When you go and register your car, I sit on the board of that company. I'm also a co-founder of a trucking company that helps companies reduce carbon emissions in their operations. So instead of using diesel, we use gas. So heavy duty trucking for Lafarge, cement, breweries and all that. I also sit on their board. Now, leadership for me starts from the family. I'm the firstborn. I have four siblings. So leadership starts for me, at least for me, started for me at a very young age. And with that, being a firstborn, it also comes with exceeding at anything you do. You're going to be the first to write common entrance. You're going to be the first, to graduate in the university. So there's no room for mistakes when you are the firstborn. So it comes to you naturally, serving your siblings and, even at school, at work, you are used to, serving people and leading. And of course, leadership for me also comes with strength of character. I'm not an entrepreneur, even though I have an entrepreneurial mind. I like structure, but you need to have very strong character, because if you have shady character, people will see through you. I've seen people that, I meet casually, and after a few interactions, they come and meet you that, let's do stuff together. It's because they trust you. I've gone on training at Lagos Business School, and people approach you, for business, whether you can do stuff together. So for me, leadership starts from the home, from the responsibilities you keep your kids, from building a very strong sense of character. All those little things that are lacking in our society today: honor, respect, and having that self-worth. They're very important. My leadership journey started 2017. Between 1998 and I worked in banking, I worked in Accenture, and I also worked in Shell. And people ask me, why did you leave Shell after 10 years? And for me, I tell people that I set goals. For every stage or every phase in my life, I have goals. When I was in the university, my goal I had just two goals. One, to have a very good result, and two, to identify my wife, my future wife. And people say, at age 18, 19, why were you thinking about that? But for me, I think ahead. So you need to lead yourself first for you to be able to lead others. So as Lolade said, you need to have opportunity to serve people. When extra work comes up at your place of work, you need to offer yourself, to do those things. When there are events to organize in church, in the mosque, you need to, step up and do those things, because every role I have occupied or I have served on, all my previous roles prepared me for that role, right? So 2017, I was already getting tired of the oil sector, and I felt I needed something higher, and I decided to take a plunge. I left the structure of a multinational, and I joined a startup as the CEO of a power company. Of course, a startup, things are very unstructured, it's very difficult, it's not what governance is upside down, it's not what you are used to, but with change comes growth.
Yes.
Stepping out of your comfort zone comes, growth. So, and since 2017, it's been growth for me. It's also been very challenging, because leadership can be lonely. Everybody expects you to have all the results. Your board is looking up to you. Your members of staff, everybody is looking up to you, but you may not necessarily have the answers. So the work of a leader is to identify in your team who are the people that have the strength in different areas for you to harness their strength for the common goal. So I would say fundamentally, leadership starts from the family. It starts from building a strong sense of character, from, having goals, small goals at every phase of life, or every phase of your journey, and you walk towards those goals. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm Fumi Adegbola. Yes. I wear many caps, actually. So I'm the CEO of CTS Globe, which is a training and consulting, HSC training and consulting firm. I also am the founder of the Society of Women in Safety, Health and Environment Africa, which is the first and the only female collision body of a coalition body of female OSH practitioners across the continent. I also happen to be the consultant to the National Assembly, the House of Rep on safety standards and regulation, the safety consultant. So for me, my leadership journey, I would say, started with when I became a young mother, a teenage mom. So at the age of 18, so I have a 22-year-old son.
Wow.
Yes, who most people think is my brother when we're together, but I do have a 22-year-old son. And so my leadership journey started when I had a life, that I had a child who had to look after another child, pretty much. So I grew up in the UK, moved to the UK since I was 8 years old, and I've been shuttling between the UK and Nigeria for many decades. So when we're talking about leadership, for me, it starts with you. It starts with the sense of having a depth of understanding that leadership starts with you. So before you can lead anybody, you need to be able to lead yourself. So for me, my journey from being a young mother, I always tell the story of being the odd and still beating the odds. Nonetheless, is because over there in the UK, we have a system that actually encourages you to become nothing if you don't want to be anything. We have a system that allows you, that sponsors your life pretty much, albeit not luxury, but you have the basic amenities, and if you're content with just the basic, then you're good to go. And so for me, I could have gone down the route of, I have a child, I'm 18, I lost my mother. My mother asked me to keep my child, that she would look after my child, but nonetheless, she died less than a year after having that child, so I was left with a child. And so having to navigate life, and then of course, also overcoming cancer in 2017, and still having to lead my children, to lead my family, and to lead my colleagues, to lead my employees. So again, if you don't have
That's a servant applause, yes.
If you do not have a sense of your purpose, leadership, I think, works hand in hand with purpose. So when you understand your purpose in life, it's easier for you to chart the way forward. Of course, there's going to be challenges along the way. And so since we set the tone on, quoting, putting out quotes, I think I have to represent the panelists here and give a quote today.
Please do.
And says, the only limits in life are the ones we impose on ourselves. Keep pushing past your perceived boundaries and you will discover a world of possibilities. And that's what leadership is, understanding that the limit is here, but if you can break those limits, you can overcome. And that's what I've been able to do so far. Thank you.
Wow, amazing, amazing. I will start from you, Mrs. Adebola. That was a beautiful one, beautiful one. You were talking and I could see capacity. How do you want to tell most of our women here especially, the leadership capacity goes beyond gender? We shouldn't define leadership in the same tone, on the same voice as gender or incapability. How do you want to tell that with what you have gone through and you are still able to rise above? Because when I went through your profile, I saw a lot of things. Now you're telling me you're a teenage mom. That's on another level, like another level. So it's to now tell these women out here, because you are a woman, that being a leader, you are not limited by your gender. It doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman. Reiterate it and let us know what are the challenges, the highest form of challenges you have come across, and how have you faced it? Not just because woman or a man. Tell us what gender has to do with leadership.
So I think that's what birthed the Society of Women in Safety, Health and Environment Africa, because of the challenges that I encountered, during the course of my journey as an OSH practitioner, particularly in the UK. So not only did I have the challenge of being a female in a male-dominated space, I also had an intersection of many other challenges, which is of a woman of ethnic minority who was also the head. I mean, I head safety for Amazon in the UK, and when we're talking about leadership, when we go to leadership meetings, I'm the only black person in the room. I'm the only black female in the room. And to top that up as well, like I said, I also had health challenges, and I think this is not, you know, peculiar to just women, but I think for women, this is just to encourage you all that we already have quite a number of odds against us, especially on this part of the world in Africa. There are some cultural, some social barriers that we need to try to overcome, meaning that we must go in with 10 times more than our male counterparts, you know. And so what I'm telling you here is, if they don't bring you to the table, you took it out of my mouth, and that's what I did. If I don't get called to the table, I not only will break your table, I will create my table. Yes. And then invite as many others to it. So ladies, do not let your gender be an obstacle. Do not let even your background, your history, your whatever it is. Like I said, we have to be mothers, we have to be wives, we have to be mentors. We wear so many caps, and I'm not underplaying the same responsibilities for some of our men, but unfortunately, like I said, culturally, there is also sort of an expectation, a more duty that's placed on the female than the male. And I just want you to look beyond your gender. You are more than that. And I think you need to identify and ignite the leader within you, because every one of us, we are leaders, and you just need to tap into it, find a purpose, and see through the cause of that purpose.
Thank you. Please a warm applause. Thank you. I'll come back to you, sir. When you started, when you introduced yourself, you were on the board of this, you were on the board of that, you are here, you are there. But you're telling us that, niche down, stay on your lane. Don't be this and be that. Don't be this and be that. But with you, I could tell that you are capable in a lot of ways, and you are doing your best in everything. So what do you want to tell all of us here as not just entrepreneurs, not just as business owners, but as individuals that want to expand? Because people will tell you, if you don't niche down, you will not be known. You will be known for this. You will not be known for anything. Like if you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. So, and you are a managing director here, a director there, this and this and this. You were able to just expand. So what do you want to tell these upcoming leaders, how they can go about navigating and expanding?
All right, that's a very simple question. Simple because, you know, we're all here today because we planned to be here today. You know, you woke up early, you prepared, you noted the time for the event, and you got here. So my view is that whether it's your career, whether it's your business, there has to be a plan. Now, a bad plan is better than no plan at all. I say that because a bad plan, you can realize it along the way and adjust it. But if you don't have a plan at all, there's nothing to adjust. So for me, whether it's your business or your career, break it into phases. Now, in the next 5 years, this is what you want to achieve, and work towards those goals. Many of us don't have plans. Even, you know, there are young people here, when you graduate and you're starting your journey, it's okay not to be clear about what you want to do. It's okay. But it is not okay after 8 years, you are still not seeing that path. So what I would say is that, I mean, for those of us in structured environment, I think you can structure your career in phases of 8 years. So the first 8 years, 0 to 8 years, then 9 to 16 years, and then 16 years and above. Now, in the first 8 years, you should be busy acquiring skills. Because, I mean, I studied chemical engineering, but I started out in banking. I started out in banking, not because I loved banking, I wanted the oil and gas sector, but the global price of crude oil was very low at the time, and oil companies were laying off. So the next active sector in the economy then was banking, so I joined banking. And all the skills that I gathered in banking is what I still use today, because I was in commercial and marketing, and I developed a very good interest, in business development and all that. So today, I'm a commercial SME. I manage agreements and all that. So for business owners as well, that's your small business, have a plan for it. What do you want to achieve in the next 3 years? If you have 5 goals and you achieve 3, it's progress. It's very good progress, especially in an economy that is very dynamic and very volatile. So I feel that planning and being deliberate and intentional about, working towards those plans, I think is very important. For career people like us, by the time your first 8 years, you are busy, you are acquiring skills, you are networking, by your 9th year, you are very clear on what you want to do. You want to know whether you want to change direction or you want to continue along those lines. Between year 9 and year 16, you're already having advanced knowledge in what you are doing. And after that 16 years, you're already a subject matter expert. If you're into logistics, if you're into HSC, if you're into whatever, by year 16, you're probably an expert. If you're into business, a business that you run for 16 years, there is no way it would have grown. There is no way. So that phase, whether it's career, whether it's business, you need to be deliberate, you need to be intentional, you need to have a plan. That's what I would say. And you will see the growth.
Thank you. You need to be deliberate, you need to be consistent. You will surely see it. Because I'm sure he's able to do these things, not knowing where he functioned. Sir, I would like to ask you this. When Madam Eno was speaking, she said something about the ladder being broken. Everybody, you have attained your first degree 15, 20 years ago, and you still think you will be relevant without on learning and relearning. So what have you to say about that when it comes to soft skills and hard skills?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. The interesting thing about acquiring skills, I think Lady mentioned and spoke to that earlier, is that the first phase of your life, like you mentioned, is actually dedicated to acquiring those skills. For me, I'm an artist. Although I studied engineering, but I still paint, and I still make quite, hope the revenue guys are not here. I still make quite a healthy amount from painting and selling paintings and promoting artists. I make cards. Those were the kind of skills that were survival skills for me at the university level, self-sponsored student. So I'm not the typical student that will go home to take some money and exactly. So I will go home, make some cards, do some paintings, frame them up, take them to school, sell them off, make money.
Wow.
So now that after I finished schooling, that's in fact, I think that was what actually took my first class away from me, but but it was painful because I could see that I was dedicating more time to working, and I was doing well in the exams and the continuous assessments, and the tests that I could not attend suffered. So now making into the workplace, the first set of, I think mine was 10 years instead of 8 years. The first set of 10 years were acquiring skills and learning to survive and to succeed. So I went into what we call technology skills. I was one of the early people in Nigeria to get certified in SAP. I don't know if anybody has heard about SAP. Yeah. SAP skills, very deep core skills in technology. It's an enterprise management tool. So I was certified in MM and also the sales and distribution part. So that propelled me into the world of technology. But I decided at a very early stage that, yeah, that brings a lot of money. The soft side of it actually prepares you for the future, and that is change management. So I quickly went away from the technology skills to unlearn a little bit of the things that I learned in technology, relearn new skills, change management, and get certified in ProSci. And today, we've floated the Association of Change Management Professionals for Nigeria, which I serve on the board as the secretary to date, to enable Nigerians get on that global platform of change management professional across the globe. So I go around and I take on change management job across the globe when I'm happy to do that, and I enjoy doing that a lot. And it is about learning and relearning. In fact, after my first degree, I stayed for about 10 years before I took a master's, my MBA. So the MBA class was actually a particularly interesting one for me. At that time, I was making a lot of money, though. So I was very happy with myself, and I didn't want to shake the table. so I thought I was doing well. And the good thing about the success for my MBA and DBA was actually driven by an Italian in class. I was ready to coast, like, yeah, I just need to tick a box. And we were like a set of about 100 people in class. And the first lecture, the leading lecturer, the professor said, "Oh, we have a Nigerian in class." I just put on my headphone and it was an hybrid session. So I was just enjoying myself. I said, "Oh, we have a Nigerian in class. Could you please introduce yourself?" I quickly ran through the list of everybody. Lo and behold, I'm the only Nigerian. So it was a shocking moment for me. So what I did was that I just got there, introduced myself. Yeah, stay at a very high level, don't be noticed, just enjoy yourself. But it reshaped my my learning position that day, and I actually became the leader of the class that very day with the statement he made. He said, "Ololade, I've never had a Nigerian that didn't make distinction. I hope you will not disappoint this class." And that was the day I made up my mind that, yeah, it has to be. I have to represent. And he went on to tell us about Nigerians in other geographies that he has worked with. And one statement that resonated with me was that he mentioned that he has never worked with a Nigerian that did not make a distinction or did not excel in their field of study. He said I should explain what is it that we are doing in Nigeria. And for the first time, I realized that we have changed this country a lot. Whatever we are going through actually prepares us better for the future. And that's why you hear your friend that is struggling in Nigeria has made a first class in the US or in Canada. So for me, to speak to that question, it is about the ability to harness all these problems and issues that we face in Nigeria and convert them to something tangible, a solution, something that speaks to revenue, something that speaks to profits, something that speaks to advantages for you. For instance, somebody spoke about pure water business earlier on. Oh, yeah, we came to see what pure water business actually developed to be. It started with bagging water in what you call ice water, nylon water. And the first set of people, I had a friend that actually used that to build his first house. He's out of the country now, and he still has multiple properties in Nigeria. He started with the pure water business, and it wasn't a pure water business for him. He was trying to provide a solution that is smarter, neater, and more affordable to people. So for me, the challenge is that on learning, relearning, and also learning again is that if you can come out of this room today by identifying one problem, one issue, one thing that people have complained about, and you can uniquely provide a solution to it, keep it to yourself, expand it with others, proffer that solution, and all the revenue, money, and all the things that we're talking about will come later. So for me, it's always been about continuous learning.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing. I'm sure you look for problem before you go. When you are going, start looking for problem. On your way home, look for problem. Everywhere you go, look for problem. That is the only way. That is the only way you can sustain. Because when you see problem, then your mind will start, oh, this can be the solution. This ice water thing you said, my daddy and my mommy, they sold shege. Shege. We had deep freezers in corners of our house.
Absolutely.
Ice water in bags. Until it comes to pure water, not pure water.
Yes.
Even my daddy will sit down like this. We start tying water. We start tying water to my mom and myself. So I know, and now we didn't even know it was going to evolve this much. Today, every one of us, you see bags of pure water everywhere. Your children will drink from in the corner here, they will put it there. They will drink in that corner, they will put it there. You say, why are you wasting pure water? How much is a bag of pure water now? That was somebody's saying problem at that time.
Absolutely.
Preferring solution. And now everybody is now tapping in their corners to do the same thing. Thank you so much, sir. That was amazing. The last bit you said, it got to me like nothing else. Like you. Thank you, sir. Sir, I would like to ask you now, sir, going from what he said about seeing problems and finding solutions. Sometimes you just see problem, you find solution. Then you see that the same problem, now everybody is now seeing it. Everybody is now bringing solution. Whether it's half-baked, whether it's just jebe, you know those kind of jebe kind of solution. You see people do it. In that case, should I leave that thing and say go look for another problem? So what do you say to people here today? So I mean, going forward, I've seen problem, I've solved. Now everybody in the whole streets, in the whole of Instagram, in the whole of Facebook, they are now seeing the same problem and finding solution. In actual fact, they will find cheaper, even, we don't talk about quality, cheaper solution. And once you hear, I saw it cheaper, then they go. So what do you advise us to do in this instance?
Okay, for me, Nigeria is blessed with population. I have an abundant mentality. I believe that the sky is big enough for everyone. That's my belief. So I try and practice this positive mindset of a thing. So the fact that a lot of people are, into a certain business if you do your research and there's still a gap in the market, it does not mean you can't do it.
Absolutely.
So, the truck business that I mentioned that I'm on the board, I left the company I was working for, so I had some time, and I was working in a co-working space, and a friend of mine, both of us we meet in that co-working space. And one day he just mentioned to me, "Ladi, you know about gas, I haven't worked in Shell. What if we put together a proposal and we tell companies we can help them reduce carbon emissions in their operations?" It is not novel. It is something that people can think about every day.
Yeah.
But how many people would actually sit down, develop slides, develop the roadmap, and go and engage the likely off-takers or customers? Some people will just leave it at the realm of gisting with their friend.
Yeah, and it dies there.
So this was the first time in my career that I saw something from slides, concepts, to operations. So, my friend just told me, okay, I'll put a few slides together, let's look for OEMs that I have never seen it. And he put it together. He said that you'll be the face, you'll be the one engaging. Since you can talk about gas, let's go. And 2019, between 5 months, we got a contract for 200 trucks.
Wow.
To provide 200 trucks for the company that run on gas, because they were excited. They were not going to spend their money, we were going to. So throughout COVID, we were raising funds, we were looking for equity partners, we were talking to OEMs that manufacture trucks. I learned a lot about trucks. I have never done trucks. I don't know anything about all those things. But it gave us time. So what I'm saying is that the ideas are everywhere, but how many people follow through to the end? For as long as you've seen a gap in the market and you're sure that that business is providing some solution, is addressing a challenge, then go for it. And we all usually underplay the experience we bring to the table up to that point. That experience matters.
It does.
By the time you put it together and you call 1 or 2 people to help develop that idea, it will translate to something. So don't test things out. You need to test things out. If you have an idea, test it out. If it's too big for you, add 1 or 2 people and try and see. It's okay to fail. It's okay to fail. I mean, 100 years, we are all dead. So we need to try, take risks, and try things out. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Just a quick one, laddie, on that one. Please, it's okay to fail. And there's a mantra that most entrepreneurs will never tell you. Fail, but fail very fast and fail forward. It means that if you have to start all over again, do not be afraid. Most entrepreneurs will tell you that starting all over again is part of the plan. So I think for some of us that like to get it right all the time, that's why we don't try new things. We are too afraid to fail. Failure is part of learning. In fact, for those of us who were perceived brilliant, we are arrogant in academics. When we fail for the first time, see what happens the next time. It's an A++, because the reality that you can fail actually prepares you better for the future. So fail, but fail fast and fail forward.
Hello. All right. Fail fast and fail forward. Don't sit down on it too. Don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your
money.
Don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your
money.
Fail forward. It is certain there will be failure at a point. Yeah. It is so certain. Because if you don't fail, how do you learn?
Yeah.
How do you learn? We learn when we fail. So just going forward, when you get to a junction, you will realize that all that you have failed in will come to forth to solve some solution for you in the future.
Yeah.
But if you have not tried them at all, if a bit of, I don't know, this one I can't do, this one I have not learned about it. No, try it. In trying, you will fail. People will laugh, let them laugh.
Sorry.
Just keep going.
If I may just add on, is it keeps resonating, it keeps ringing in my mind when you said something about how when you start something, all of a sudden everybody else is doing it, right? And I just want to encourage somebody in the room to say, keep the focus, just keep going. Your vision is always different. Yeah. So the product may look the same, or the offering may look the same, but the delivery will always be different because the vision is different. And I use Sochi as an example, where it then looks like everybody's doing something similar to what I'm doing, but it's never going to be the same thing. And there's always beauty in being the original. For every copy, there's an original. So it's all right for you to be the original and allow for other people to copy. So don't lose the focus. Keep going and don't get distracted.
Yeah.
Let me show the emotion here. When I say we are ably represented here, do you agree with me, women? We are ably represented here. Do you agree with me, women? Try it, fail. Let everybody be doing it. There's authenticity in you because she is different from me. Me is different from you. It might look alike, but at the point of delivery, something will just make you different. Like, oh, you delivered on time. Oh, the way you spoke to me on phone was so nice.
Exactly.
I mean, I am your ambassador for life. People will just be saying different things just because you are different at one junction or the other.
Correct.
Thank you very much for keeping that. I love that you just said. All right, to you now again. You're on this, you're on that. Of course, Yoruba will say, Asho Ogba, Landa Fungba. Eh? I hope I have lost my dear sister.
Absolutely.
Auntie Fumi, I have lost you. It means that we wear the clothes of the time in the time.
Yes, sir.
That is the typical meaning. So how do we bring social media into leadership, inject it back, like you say, garbage in, garbage out. Bring it in, bring it out. How do we manipulate our leadership? It can't be all serious. You know, that's what I'm asking you. Tell us, how do we manipulate the social media thing with our leadership skills, all that we need to just move forward?
Thank you very much. I may not have understood the Yoruba, but the translation helped a lot. And so basically what it is you've got to keep with the times, right? So one of the things that unfortunately took out, I think, Motorola or Nokia, for example, is because they never stuck or got with the time. You know, Apple, you find out that we're having iPhone 14, iPhone 12, iPhone 10, because they are evolving and they're understanding their market audience or their target audience. So as a leader, you've got to be able to embrace change. And one of the dynamic changes that we're having at the moment is technology. So you'd be ridiculous to want to be ancient landmark or still remain analog in a digital era. So, I mean, if you look at some of my social media platforms, I wear different caps. You can see me 1 minute, I'm suited and booted. The next minute you see me dancing and I can move, I'm a stepper, trust me. But I would convey my message because I know and understand the market audience or the target audience that I'm trying to appeal to. I also was a youth pastor for 10 years. So again, people wonder, how do you switch from just, being an auntie to, just being a Gen Z? I'm like, because I understand the people I'm dealing with. So going back to the question, social media can work for us positively if we adapt the right mindset and utilize it for positivity. But if we get distracted, it's very easy. Some of us wake up in the morning, it's the first thing we pick up to look at. Oh my God, it's a pandemic. It's really bad, So I just want to encourage that. Understand how to use technology, because technology is the new data, is the new time that we're in. So make it work for you. And that's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, before the CEOs, before they leave, I want questions from the audience. We can just take one or two so that we can round up this session. So that I'll not be like, you did not ask my question. Now you can ask your question by yourself. So can I take one or two from the audience? Let's have questions, please. If you cannot speak, write it out. But you need to start speaking, because speaking is a soft skill. To be able to stand up and speak. A lot of us cannot even introduce. If they say stand up and introduce yourself, you just be saying jargons from jargons. Soft skill that will scale you. So can we have somebody want to ask question? Yes, one hand over there. Can we have another one? Two. I think I'm good. We have 1, 2, 3. Please make it very short.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grace Olashpo. My question is that we have been hearing about skill sets. For some of us that are new to this skill set, or who have heard this, what are the basic skill sets we can start from to for self-development? Thank you.
Beautiful. Who wants to take that? Would anyone?
Yeah, can take it.
You want to take that?
Yeah. I think we are all equipped for this one. Okay, maybe we should take the questions first.
Take all the questions. Can we have the second
Share
person,
them out.
please?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph. I would have so much loved had this opportunity came when the financial person was on ground, because the question I wanted to ask is quite related to that. Okay, drawing from what Mr. Ladi said, that you're sure of if the idea will work. I have an idea of a business, and I'm sure with predictions that it will work out, but I do not have capital to. What can be the indicators that even if it costs me a loan to start the business, I will succeed? In a nutshell, is it encouraging to get a loan, a new business, especially when you have indicators that will work? I think my question is clear.
Did you hear that?
I think it's
I think
clear.
he's talking about.
Is that
he
an aspect of
has an
funding?
idea. There's a funding, and
He has an idea.
can he go to a bank or local entity, take a loan to fund the idea?
To fund a startup.
To fund the startup, yeah.
All right. Clear enough. Thank
Yeah,
you.
clear.
Yes, the last person. No, the woman. No, is that lady on that at that corner? Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pauline Nwafo.
Yes.
My question is, so from insight I received from here, there was mention of 10 years as part of the first phase of life, of understanding or having an idea of what you want to do in life. So my question is, for people who were not opportune to have that exposure of within this time frame, and looking at their lives so far, they feel they haven't even started, what advice, what do you think they should do to meet up that skill they should have acquired within this first phase of life before they move in to the next phase of life? Thank
I
you.
didn't hear that from the beginning. The mic was coming. Can you come forward a bit? Did you get that? You did.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So my question was mentioned about 8 years and 10 years.
Okay.
So I want to ask, for someone who feels that he or she hasn't attained that expected skill within that expected period of time, and now they are running late, what is the preferred advice you could give to such person in developing their life in preparation for the next phase of their life? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We have 3 questions. Can we take it one after the other? Can we take one of the question each?
I'll take the most simple.
The most simple. Which one is that, sir?
The first one.
The first one.
I'll take the second one.
You take the second one. Then she takes the third one. Please go ahead.
I think your question was about skill acquisition and what skills should you be starting on at the very early stage in your life, and also concerning skills required to succeed. For me, I think you are more opportune than most of us. And you spoke about social media earlier on. And the fact that you have this information and a lot of data just in your palms means you can actually develop any skill of choice at any time. In fact, as I'm sitting here, I'm learning the basics of Python. I should have done this 20 years ago when it came out, but it is never late. So for me, be it communication skills, influencing skills, negotiation skills, change management skills, program management skills, quality management skills, health, safety, environment, sustainability. There are thousands and thousands of interests that you can start with. And the simple answer to that is that it depends on you. It depends on what you think you want to prepare for, especially in the evolving future. There are many things that would come. For instance, I decided to go the route of change management because I know that there is no project in the world that will not require absolute management of stakeholders, communication, influencing, negotiating, risk management, and I decided to focus on those. So for you, it doesn't matter what you've studied. I studied engineering. I think you started off from engineering too. Then dwelled into finance, I dwelled into management, dwelled into arts, I'm into building construction, handling agricultural projects. It depends on what you want to develop your expertise in. But my suggestion to you is start as a generalist. Understand everything that is going on. I listen to the news because I want to know what is going on globally. I also listen to all those Bobrisky. I enjoy those ones too.
All right.
But there are educational ones that equip you for the future, that allows you to prepare a set of skills that will be relevant in the evolving future.
Yes.
And I'll end this with one of the stories that was very funny to me. I was being interviewed for a role in Shell. It was I think it was a payroll upgrade project in 2012 or so, 2010 or 2012. And it was a virtual interview, and I had been advised to sit in a room, concentrate, no noise, just be ready for the interviewers. So I was to lead the project. I think it spans about 10 countries. I didn't know how prepared I was for that particular interview until the interview was supposed to start around 10 a.m. and they moved it to 10:20, 20 minutes. Knowing Shell, time is very important. So after that, they moved it to 10:30. They said I can leave the room, they will move it to 11. At that time, I was very, very concerned, thinking maybe they found somebody, and it was a project I really wanted to handle. Then they now called the office again that I should come for the interview around 12. When I sat in the room, the first thing that happened was the lead interviewer said, Ololade, you will see that we struggle to interview you. It's for a reason, and I'll be very honest with you. I think you are overqualified for this position. And the lead of the upgrade project globally got certified in SAP in 2005. Your certification was in 2002. You've done R3, you've done ECC 6.0. You are a certified change manager, and he just went on to reel out my CV. And he said the most senior person said he cannot interview me. So they had to go look for somebody senior enough. And when he came, he said, you know what, I'm just going to blot out the truth and tell him, if it's okay, let's just take him. And it was one of the projects I enjoyed leading. So I did not know that all the time I was taking all those small certifications, I didn't know it was coming to a career-defining moment for me.
Overqualification.
Overqualification. So I had to simplify it, and based on that, I was even invited to other projects globally.
Thank you.
So for me, start now, base it on your passion, keep it simple, be relevant in that field. One day in the future, it will work out for you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ladi.
Okay, so the gentleman I asked about, he has a business idea and funding and all that. So I would say before I started leading businesses, I think the way he's thinking that, you know, where is the funding that I need to get funding? But it also appears to me that based on my experience, funding is not the most important thing. Based on what I know now, funding is not the most important thing. Now, depending on your interests, if you want to be developing houses for sale, for example, and you don't have money, there is a lot of space for you to play within the construction or development value chain. You can be an agent first.
Exactly.
Being an agent does not require any funding.
No.
It's just, bringing supply and demand together. But that will give you an opportunity to understand the real estate terrain better.
Yeah.
The truck business I mentioned to you, funding was not the first thing. What was first for us was to look for clients that were interested, and then we got a contract. It was that contract that we used to go and look for funding, to go and look for an equity partner that was ready to put a lot of money in the business.
Wow.
So if you focus on funding and that, where am I going to get so billion to buy new trucks, you will never take off.
You will wake up and you are 70
But
years.
you've spoken to an off-taker, somebody that will benefit from that service, and the person is excited, and you say, give me a 5-year contract. I have people that are ready to fund this business, even though we didn't have. And they gave us the contract.
Wow.
I have never seen anything like that before. So it's not something that happened to me every time. And I tell people, it's a fantastic feeling.
Yes.
So because we got that contract, people were able to show interest and invest. So I don't have to be a 100% shareholder. I can be a 10% shareholder, but
Exactly.
a 10% shareholder in a very big business is good business.
Yes.
So don't focus on the funding. Look at that business, even if it's cake.
Small step.
That you want to be, you are interested in cake making. Look at in that value chain. Where can I start from?
Yes.
That the funding requirement, I will not be overwhelmed by the funding requirement, and you start off from there.
Yeah.
It will give you time to understand the business, to understand the sector, and if you are talking to even somebody that has money to fund, the way you discuss is different from
Yes, from the place of knowledge.
exactly. Absolutely. So that's what I would say. So I mean, you understand what you want to do, but look at where you want to start from. You don't necessarily need to start from the deep end. Before we started this program, Olade was sharing with me how Indians and Chinese do business from a very small space, and they are providing a service that is globally relevant. So we as Nigerians, we like to start things, standard.
Yes.
But a lot of these very astute businessmen don't start with very big, at a very big stage. They start small and then grow over time. So that's what I would suggest.
Thank you so much. I hope that answers your question. The power of small steps. Please take it. Sokale. Let it start running by itself. Thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to try and link the last question to the first question as well, just as an add-on to what my other colleagues have said here. In terms of basic skills, it just sounds to me, question 3 and question 1 sounds like, where do I go from here, is what the question I'm hearing. And so you can have everything, but I feel like one of the other key skills that you need to acquire is interpersonal skills, to learn how to be able to relate with people, ultimately to be able to find a mentor or a community that you can belong to help. With your mentor or somebody who is a coach, they can then help you to conduct something called a SWOT analysis to help you identify where your strengths lie, where your weaknesses are, what threats or opportunities you have to help you harness and get that business idea off the ground. And of course, if you've already got Paraventure, you've already got the idea, you have everything, it's just the funding that you need. I think what I would always advise is start with people close to you. Family and friends are the people you go to first before going to any third party or to any bank or any commercial institution. And so just to answer number 3, there's no experience that's ever lost. Life in itself, you acquire skill sets as you go along. For example, mothers, we are naturally project managers, whether we like it or not. We may not have done Prince 2 or any other key qualifications, but by virtue of our daily activities, some of us, everybody in here, we're all risk managers, whether you like it or not. In your home, you assess risk. Oh, if I plug this in, will it, cause electrocution. So there are some passive skill sets that we acquire as we go along. They may not be backed up by certifications or what have you, but so for the person who's asked the 5 years or the 10 years that may have gone by, and I don't necessarily have anything to show for it, sit down and do an inward reflection. You'll be surprised to see how much skills that you have gained along the lines, and you just need to be able to map it out somehow to be able to chart the way forward and sit down. Where am I going now, and how do these skill sets that I've been able to acquire along the years, how do I plug it into the future that I want for myself? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we give a standing ovation, a warm applause for these wonderful CEOs? They've done so amazingly well. And you have learned a lot. I must say to you, ma'am, you are not a Gen Z. Because Gen Z will not carry that book. Even me, I want to copy and paste, but I was lost at the time because I needed to write something down. But now we can see that they've given us what we need to do. Let us be co-changers. Let us go and do this. Let it make sense. All right, let it make sense that we're here for 8 hours and it is going to be something we're going to say, yes, I was glad I was part of this. Thank you so much. Kudos to Engineer John New and his team for putting this together. A warm applause for everyone. Clap for yourself as you're clapping for us. Dr. Oludayo, come on. I enjoyed your session beautifully well. I super enjoyed it. Dr. Eno, thank you, Mama. God bless you good. I know you are stingy clappers. Don't worry, I understand. Clap for them. If you want to pay for this, you know how much you're going to pay. Thank you so much. QHSES Academy, Leadership Academy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. God bless you.
Thank you very much for that. A round of applause one more time.
I want to take a picture with you.
All right, I would like to invite Dapo Omolade, the National Coordinator, Safety Advocate, to give us the closing remarks. Keep it coming, keep it together. We have made it to this point, so
all right, please, can we have our seats, please? Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say a very big thank you to start from everyone that has been part of this program since this morning. The last anchor did mention that we've been here for 8 hours. Oh my word. So I think the first thing I want to say, without Jami's permission, I don't know if anybody has been asking him for this, I'm going to request, and I will lead the protest, that if you attend this kind of event, we must get a certificate for it. Because if you see the number of people that have spoken here today, and I'm sure some of you who have attended Leadership Summit and Leadership Conversation before, you can attest that when you see the crop of people who have been here since morning and the kind of information that they have given to us, I think it deserves something that we can go out to tell people that we have attended indeed a leadership summit. And I'm hoping, Jami will think about this in the next reboot. I know we like papers in Nigeria so much, but again, everybody that spoke this afternoon talked about soft skills, soft skills, soft skills. For the next level for most of us that are here is no longer technical skills. For most of us here, it's no longer technical skills. It's skills to lead, the skills to manage, the skills to be strategic. That's what we need. And I think this will do us a lot of good. So thank you to the guest speaker, starting from the keynote speaker today, to our guest speaker, my brother Muiwa, and to Dr. Eno, and to the panelists that just finished here now. I think we deserve to give a very big round of applause to every one of them. Please, let's clap for them. Let's thank them for this. All right, so, and one other things that I've seen consistently in the reboot, I've not missed any session, for your information. What I've seen consistently is the fact that you are finishing the program after 8 hours, you still have 75% of people in attendance. I thought by now I would be talking to only the guest speakers. In fact, maybe those that are doing the last one will be the only one talking to themselves. But look at the crowd. People are still here. And if we need to have more time, I'm sure we're going to still be here. Because listening to this last panel, thank you so much. You know, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm still an entrepreneur, and I'm boarding all the time. And there are many things I heard here, and I'm just asking myself, that's a good point. That's a good point. And if you're going to be an entrepreneur, I think those are the things you need to go out with. You just have to embrace them. And not all of us will be. Some of us aren't going to be. So we're not saying everybody should go there and be an entrepreneur. But I think we have learned something today to take Nigeria by storm. So if you think Nigeria is hard, then I think the good is in the hard. So let's go for the good in the hard. No matter how hard it is, the good here. Every time I go around and I see people trooping to Nigeria, I'm wondering why people are also trooping outside of Nigeria. So there's a lot here. So thank you, QHSES Academy, the leadership team, led by Jamil, and everyone that have made today a resounding success. I think it's a good time, it's a better time to celebrate Nigeria in our Independence Day, to have this kind of involvement. I guess we can go out from here and say, indeed, happy Independence Day to everyone, because we have learned what we need to do to go there and be successful. Thank you so very much. On this note, I would like to say, I just said with somebody, I said, tomorrow you can rest. And the person said, no, tomorrow is Wednesday. So it appeared like Saturday. So I'm just thinking you go home and have a sleep tomorrow. But I'm sure a lot of us are going to work tomorrow. So I wish us a successful and safe week. And God bless you all. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much for that. We have finally come to this point, to the end of today's program. We have 3 more fireside chats. How many of you are ready to go? All right. Can I ask you, as we do the last thing, to rise to your feet?
Well,
we give standing.
You are giving them an option.
Ovation.
You are giving them an option. You are giving them an option.
Go ahead.
We still have 3 fireside chats to go.
Please, can we stand to our feet? Put your hands together and give a standing ovation to the convener of this event, who has given us so much value one way or the other. And I call him my Jagaban, the Jagaban of safety, Engineer J.
Now we are going to take pictures, photographs, very important, all of us. I thank all our leaders. I thank all the CEOs. It's just a matter of, please sit down. Sorry, we are not doing anything again, just photograph. All the CEOs, I thank you. I didn't even waste time to give them 100 years notice. Ogala, the son is my Oga. I just said, look, anything you do next, I'm going to come home, I will not travel. Dr. Ahmed Ledadiraji, I just said to him, look, you are talking in the program, CEO, you always come, you talk. And that is the way they have just done for us. Thank you so much. I thank you. My Dr. Olumiwa, I thank you. Oga Shehu, I thank you so much. Shehu was just informed yesterday night by the Grandmaster. Grandmaster called him yesterday night and said, Shehu, Jami is doing program, you have to be there, I'm going for burial. And Shehu called me around 5:30 a.m. today. I said, I'm Shehu, Oga, you know me now. I said, I don't know you. He said, you know me in Globalcom. I said, for now, knowing you in Globalcom is old one. This one, you are acting as our teacher. I don't know you that time. And you see, in short, I told Dr. Olumwa, I said, I'm in trouble now. The trouble I have now, leadership reboot 05. To get speakers now, I'm going to be in trouble. Because they have put up another standard that I will start looking for who can meet up this standard. For you to do great things, to bring things that are new, like my purple cow, and that is a formation, is a purple cow. You saw it here now. You must be mad. All of us here, we are mad. I know you'll be thinking, mad, is your clothes torn? No. What we are doing is we are making a difference. So when you make a difference, you are mad. All of you that are new students that want to enter the academy, that you register your name inside here, that you came around 8 o'clock. They stop you at the gate there. You say, look, I'm going to a program. I want to enter the school. I want to be something. All of you that they wrote your name down. That exam they did is good. Oh, entrance exam is very good. We will use entrance exam. But for you to show this commitment, and you are still here till this time, you have been admitted. You have been admitted. What you should wait for is your admission letter. In the next 2 weeks, you are going to be getting your mail. If you don't get it, face us. We will give it to you. Others, they will base their own on exam. The women in energy and oil and gas, my sister, I celebrate your commitment and your passion for humanity. I met her at the Social Aid program and we got talking. And she said, wow, today she logged in as virtual, attending. She said, let me be there live. She was coming, her car had issues on Terminal Bridge. She called, now can I take her, I'll take Uber here and see her here. That is what we call commitment and passion. Madam, I celebrate you and all the women in oil and gas and energy. Thank you so much. Thank you. See my brother, my sister here, she's a lawyer. If you do anything, she'll go to court. Only me that she can't take to court. They book Uber. She and her husband, they are going. I said, call them for me. They should sit down. The husband say, lawyer, I can't take him to court now. If it is you now, I will not sit down. For him, madam, I thank you so much. The speaker, one of our speakers, Akimura Kinyo, that is the wife of his brother. The family came down, said, they always come like that every year. They even missed their road. They went to SCCI, not knowing that we have changed to this place. So thank you very much, my brother, Dakpo, Niyi, all the guys with this type of shirt. They were the ones that sat down and make this program to happen. You are just saying, Jagaban, I'm not the one. You are the one. Every night, our meeting is 8 o'clock in the night. We do meetings is 10 and 11. We fight ourselves to the meeting. They are the one. Please, I celebrate you guys. Some of them put on blue. So I celebrate you. Look, this is how you test good people. I asked them in one meeting. I said, we need to buy this shirt. I don't have money again. Contribute money for shirt. 50,000 one. Who wants shirt? Who don't want shirt? Everyone said they want shirt. They will pay for it. I said, okay, don't pay again. We are all committed. And that's why they are very good people. They decide everything we do. Thank you very much, great guys. Some of them are from sustainable people. That's another group which we have. We have academy. We have sustainable people. Guys, from the SP, should we bring Dr. Olumiwa to come and talk to you there? The same way we brought Dr. Enodia at that time. Should we bring Dr. Loladeraji Ahmed to come and talk to us? Should we bring Ogaladi Soni to come and talk to us? Should we bring Fumi to come and talk to us? You have heard. You are going to come and talk to us. Our meeting is every second Sunday of the month. We will assemble about 40 of us. We bring a speaker, you talk to us. Need to sit down and jot and note. All of us, we are students, and we ask questions. So we are going to bring them next one before we do our party. Then our party in December, we can also bring them to come and enjoy with us. We only meet in December to enjoy life. We go, like that one. Thank you so much. Can we all be on our feet and let's do the last thing we need to do here to show we are very amazing. There are many presidents in Nigeria. Please take note. President of Nigeria, our leader is there. You have president of different associations. But there's only one person after Lord Lugard as Governor General. He is the only Governor General of Safety in Nigeria today. Dr. Wilson Aripo. Let's thank him so much. Doctor is here this morning till evening with his very amazing and lovely wife, the First Lady of Governor General. Let's clap for them, please. The national leader of Nigerian Labour Congress, I'm telling you, not a small boy, not a fry in struggle. When you sing like this, no. When I remember this struggle, water run away, my ayo, aye, water run away, me. Then who will say, student power, super power. Oh. This man, he had years this morning, he stayed here, he didn't go for protest. Say, protest, go sit down. I want to be the guys here. We thank you, Oga. My UTMs, my powerful Oga, and my president of Rotary Club, they are here. Ambassador, Engineer Enshaw, all of us, Julius, every one of us, the students, my director. You said you are tired at the point. I said, you are tired for what? He said, Engineer, I'm going to stay. The love you have for me, God will love you more. He's a very good man. He gave me 4 books to give people. When we finish, everybody dance, go. Those who are new students coming, if you like the book, it's the best safety book written by Nigeria. I've been trying to write safety book. In short, your own is even simple. My own, the regulator came and said, write a book. Nobody has written Passeto. Write it. You are what I can write it. We'll give you 5 million. And I had to give the money that time. I said, don't give the money yet. Let me be writing. I've not finished writing now. Because I know that if you collect the money, it is a serious commitment. And I'm not sure I will have the chance. This man wrote a book. He has started part 2. And the book is very good. I have 5. I will give it out today here to those new students and alumni. All of you, I thank you so much. Look, doctor, you have said it. Not only shared value. All of us must have the mindset to be involved. Leadership reboot. I'm not the one that give you this name. Oh. It's not me. I said, let's get up together. Let's do this thing. I told my colleagues, there are many. Then I asked one of them, what can we do? Say, me, I said, that's what we call leadership reset. Simon Sinek used to do that one. I used to attend. Hey, can we use his name now? We have copied him. One person. Just, it is reboot now. Leadership reboot. They'll reboot their head. Everybody will reboot. I said, okay. Reboot. Computer, they reboot. People go reboot. That's how the name came to be, no. Sustainability. Me and one of our colleagues were driving. I said, we need to bring something new into sustainability. Can we merge them together with safety? Let's do something about the two of them. Safety, sustainability, safety, can't do this. Sustainability. In the car, I said, wow, we just started the framework. It's because people are amazing. Don't think they cannot do. Don't say you know. If you think you know, you don't know. Some of your staff, doctor told us, they know more than what you are thinking. We can advise you. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, clap your hands. See, Osato baby is there. We thank you so much. The lady you are seeing here, Blessing, so popular on YouTube, taking mathematics and physics. This is my first person I trained in life with respect to health and safety. Teaching since 1992 with Dr. Ahmed Raji. We have been teaching since 1992. This man you are seeing here, he will take English. He can take science, but it's English. We say take English. I will take chemistry, mathematics. Since 1992, we're doing that. Till 2014, 2013, we stopped. But she's the first HSC person that first joined me in life. She was in year 5 last week. When Dr. Margaret Gutala brought her to me and said, this is a young lady, she's in final year, go to final year. I want her to come and learn safety under you. And I just started my office. I just brought her. And we are so close. The mother said, she has no father again. No. You are the father, adopt her. And we walk. See us, we walk so much. And we are making it until when I saw one big job in oil and gas. And they said, Jam, you bring somebody. My daughter could go now. She said, she's not going. I said, you have to go. She said, I'm not going. I can't leave you. How can I leave you when we are? I said, no, leave me. Go. Me, I'm a man on the field. I go shop. But you, that oil and gas now, if you become a guy there, you go to help me now. Go. Now she's a bigger now. They are bigger than us. And that is the prayer. The person you train, the person you clone, let them be bigger than you. Shehu, let me tell you one secret today. This Oga Shehu. When Grandmaster said, Shehu is the one that will represent me, Jami. I said, who is Shehu? He said, you know him now. One of the boys we trained, but he don't pass me now. I said, Grandmaster, somebody can pass you. He said, look, this one don't pass me now. Forget that time we will train the Jami. Now the guy is now a partner now in a big company. So those we train should be bigger than us now. Doesn't mean now. We want our children to be bigger than us. So if you are happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you are happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you are happy and you know, say reboot. If you are happy and you know, say reboot. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, say reboot. If you are happy and you know, say thank you. If you are happy and you know, say thank you. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, say thank you. Now, if you are happy and you know, do the 4. Reboot, thank you. If you are happy and you know, do the 4. Reboot, thank you. If you are happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you are happy and you know, do the 4. This reboot is the best so far. We have over close to 1,000 people here. We have the 500 zoo feed. We went to YouTube. We have over 600 on YouTube again on this reboot. And you are still here this time. God will love all of you. Thank you so much. I got best Lord. Let's come up and take big pictures. All the leaders come forward first. Others will join them. Pictures. Let's take pictures from here. Don't we stand on this staircase? Come and stand. Please come and take pictures. Come and take pictures. Stand here. You use here. This staircase too. Yes, it's fine. Let's stand on staircase. Somebody come. Let's stand on staircase. All our guys come. Please, some to stand on this place. Please come and take a picture. Come. You must also. These are places. Stand here. Exactly. Come and sit Let's Others can wait. We do second one. You can wait. We do another one again.